Religious nationalism and secular socialism are clashing more and more, and as a result, the culture is being prepared for the worldwide acceptance of the image of the beast, a New World Order system of false Christianity, false light, and false worship. Welcome to the Seven Mountain Madness. Welcome to the show, everybody. This is the Dance of Life podcast, and I'm your host, Tudor Alexander. Welcome to another installment of the Venerable Day of the Sun as we cover the progressive march towards the New World Order. Of course, the real New World Order, which is going to be a New World Order of false light, false Christianity, false religion, false worship, and of course, the union of church and state, where people will pay homage to the beast. So if you don't know what any of that means, I highly encourage you to watch my End Time series, my Great Delusion series, my Dark to Light playlist, my Christian nationalism playlist, which of course we're calling it something different now. We're calling it religious nationalism. And if you know why, then you know why. If you don't know why, then go watch I think it was the previous episode that we did a discussion on that in the Venerable Day of the Sun, I think episode number 3. I could be wrong about that, but I think it was episode number 3. But understand why we are calling it religious nationalism. I decided to leave the Christian nationalist playlist alone because that will help to bring people who aren't aware of why it's called religious nationalism, or I should say why it should be called. I decided to leave it as is so that people will latch onto that idea and learn something and, of course, move up from there, because a lot of people don't realize that Christian nationalism, there's nothing Christian about Christian nationalism. And we'll be talking about that today as well. We have a whole section planned for the church and state debate, how it's a false dialectic. So just like we talked about with the religious nationalism in the last episode, I want to spend some time today and talk about the debate, quote unquote, the false debate really between church and state and all that stuff. But watch my Beast playlist, watch my Sabbath series. All of these playlists that I've compiled and I just mentioned to you will edify you in the truth, with history, with scripture, with evidence upon evidence, with current events, so that you can see for yourself the trajectory of history, folks. We don't have that much time. I'm not sure when Jesus is going to come. I don't think anybody can tell you that. But based on everything, I'm fairly confident in saying that we have 10 years or maybe less. I don't know. Things are moving very fast, and you will see today, as you've seen in all of these episodes, that things are moving very fast. There's countless hours of research that I've put together, hundreds of hours to help save you the trouble of doing it on your own. I know that the episodes are longer. Watch them in parts. Watch them at 1.5 speed. Watch them at 2.0 speed. Watch them in sections. There's timestamps. Get edified with the truth and understand the direction of history. I'm not concerned with chasing the news so much as using all of these stories to paint a mosaic so that you have skills for interpreting the things that are happening around you. That's what I care about. And of course, these are current events, but they're not everything. And the point is not to be exhausted about everything that's happened in the last 3 weeks or whatever since I last did an episode, but rather to help build your foundation. We use that little Fennec fox cute animal as a mascot, but it's a great mascot. The ears that it has are huge. And of course, you have to grow your ears because you don't start with big ears. You start with tiny little baby fox ears. And so you have to grow those ears through eating the meat and spitting out the bones. And that's what we're going to do today. That's my commitment to you, and everything that I do is to try to walk the narrow road as best that I can. All my videos are very detailed so that you don't take my word on it. So watch those and get edified. And very importantly, I want to mention this. Become a resource to the people around you. I don't personally see too many people talking about the things that I'm talking about. There are a few, but the majority of people are stuck in Christian nationalism, Christian Zionism, all of these dispensationalism, the rapture, the charismatic movement. The majority of sources out there are not pointing you to the full truth, or especially, let's put it this way, the destination of history. They're not. So my point is that you're probably going to learn things on this channel. I'm not trying to pat myself on the back. I'm just saying, statistically speaking, you will probably learn things on this channel that you won't in the majority of channels out there. So become a resource. Become a resource to the people around you. Use these tools that you're learning and help people out of this system. I know a lot of people have complained to me that the more they learn from my videos, the harder it is to find a church. And I get it. That's not my goal, by the way, is to make you stop going to church. That's not my goal at all. Of course, there are churches that probably you should stop going to because they're just apostate. But my point is, that's not my goal at all, is to make you not go to church. I, in fact, most of the time I say, like, if you have a purpose for going to a particular church, then go to church. It's good to get together with other believers physically. You know, churches have volunteer programs. There's other good things about churches. However, you have to be very clear about your purpose. And most churches are not going to have good doctrine, especially on every possible thing. That's just impossible. So there's that. And so my invitation to you is, if you find yourself in that predicament and you're learning all this stuff, don't disparage, but rather see it as maybe a calling from God, an opportunity to minister to the people around you with the truth and to be in the trenches. See it as an opportunity, as a purpose, not as something to despair about and to rip yourself away from other people. So that's my point on that. The reality, folks, is that the New World Order will happen, and it's happening. You'll see it for yourself. Hopefully you've seen it already, but for the people that maybe are new to this, you'll see it for yourself today. However, it's not what most people think. It is not a atheist or Muslim or Jewish New World Order. It's not. Anybody who's telling you any of that is wrong, dead wrong. The Bible predicted a New World Order 2,500 years ago with Daniel, and then with John 2,000 years ago. And of course, that New World Order is a counterfeit Christian reality. It's a union of church and state. It's a religious nationalist government. And today, in our generation, before your very eyes, that reality is unfolding. It's unfolding very plainly to see for those who have eyes to see and who know Bible prophecy. Again, you don't have to be a Bible scholar, folks. You just have to use simple hermeneutics that are consistent. I can use a consistent hermeneutic from Daniel 2 to Revelation 17. And so can you if you use the historicist hermeneutic, i.e., Bible prophecy is intended to be fulfilled throughout history so that every generation would understand where they are in the chronology of the plan of salvation. That's the historicist hermeneutic. And when you do that, you see a very different picture than what the Zionists are telling you and the dispensationalists and the charismatics and the nationalists and so on. You actually see that they're the ones that the Bible warned you about. So get out of that system if you're part of it. Today we have a lot to get through, as usual, so use the timestamps. I'm also going to be adding little mini intros for each segment just to help you watch in parts, kind of to make it a little more produced in some sense. Also to steal a break for some water because there's a lot of talking. The references will be posted in the reference section. If you go to the website under resources at the top, if you're on a mobile, you got to scroll to the left. You'll see the resources section there. One of the resources is references for all the things that I've posted references for. So make sure you go check that out. Also, make sure you hit that subscribe button, share it with your friends, like, comment, do all the stuff that you need to do. What I care most about is that people learn. That's all I care about, folks. It's just people learn. I really do. And I'm grateful to God that He has used my work to reach a lot of people's minds and to break down some strongholds. I'm very grateful for that. That's what makes me keep going. It really does. It is a profound level of purpose that God has given me through what I'm doing today. And I'm very grateful for it. You know, one of those little Fennec foxes is useless without its ears. And so the bigger your ears are, the more useful you are to yourself and to others. So eat the meat, spit out the bones, as usual. Now, a very quick note, a little bit of a housekeeping note. I'm trying to resolve an audio issue with my computer and recording that is just driving me up a wall. If you're super tech savvy and you know about like OBS, you know what that is, you know how to record, you know all these different things, email me so I can talk to you about it. It's tudor, Tudor, at danceoflife.com. Long story short is that, and you'll see, hopefully you won't see in this episode, but I'll find out in post-production. basically what happens is whenever I'm commenting on a site that requires a video, like Facebook Reels or Instagram Reels or YouTube or BitChute, anytime there's a video involved, something is pinging my microphone and interrupting the signal for like half a second. It's just driving me nuts. So I'm trying different things. I've changed some settings. It used to be really bad because when I first got this computer, there was just so many new things like settings and multiple sound cards. And so it was just a mess. I've whittled it down to where I can comment on Chrome tabs. I can do whatever commentary and it's not affecting my sound. It used to, which was driving me nuts. But now it's just doing it only when there's a video involved. So whenever I hit play, something interrupts my signal on my microphone, or it does it afterwards. So again, there's no consistent, pattern, which is really frustrating. Today, I've turned off my extensions on Google Chrome. So I'm hoping that it's not going to cause any shenanigans. If it does, the next time probably what I'll do is I'll try a different browser. And if that doesn't work with videos, then I'll probably just have to download the videos and play them on my player, which is just an extra burden, but whatever, it is what it is. So my warning to you is if I'm talking on a particular video we're looking at and it cuts out, I'll find out in post-production, as you always do. I will put the words on the screen. I try to do that anyway, but anyway, I apologize for that. It's a super frustrating issue. And again, if you're super tech savvy and you've done recording with OBS, you've done podcast recording, you've done audio recording, you're like super nerdy with computers, great. I would love to hear from you. Email me, tutor@danceoflife.com. And anyway, I apologize for the inconvenience. So onward to part 1. This is now Seven Mountain Madness, and let's do it. All right, well, welcome to part 1. We're going to start off strong here with the Seven Mountain Mandate, Seven Mountain Madness, really. If you know what that is, then this will be very edifying for you. You'll see more and more evidence of it just coming to life in our culture. If you don't know what that is, then you will learn a bit about it today. It is the driving attitude behind all of this religious nationalist nonsense that's happening. We're going to go over some very interesting articles that basically confirm the trajectory of history that we've been discussing in all of the things I quoted to you, all those playlists, the End Time series, in these Venerable Day of the Sun episodes. So I want to start with a video from Voddie Baucham, if you know who he is. He's a pastor. He's got some good things to say, but the way that he speaks on this particular issue is exactly the theme of the world we live in right now. That's what I wanted to highlight. Let's see.
Tertullian, who said that the blood of martyrs is the seed of the church. What happens when you kill them? And as a result of that, the church grows all the more. What do you do? Well, unfortunately, our adversary has figured out an answer. What you do is you give them praise, positions, and possessions. Allow them to be comfortable and at ease. Don't persecute them. And let generations of them grow up never having experienced persecution. Allow them to believe that persecution is foreign to the Christian life. Keep them away from the history of the church that would otherwise teach them that their experience is what's foreign to the Christian life and that persecution is what's common. By all means, do not let them know. And then once they are at ease, once they are comfortable, once they have praise, possessions, and positions, and once suffering has become foreign to their faith, we won't have to threaten them much at all, and they'll shut their mouths and do whatever we tell them they must do to hold on to their comfort. And unfortunately, brothers and sisters, that's where we are. Believers.
Powerful words, and very truly spoken, because ultimately this is where we're at, folks. You need to understand that the devil appears as an angel of light. He has used the duality of dark and light in order to bring about now a world where, like Voddie just said, you don't have to threaten somebody too hard. That's why most of the people will probably take the mark on their hand. And it's very fascinating that the Bible tells you that, because in the Old Testament, the Sabbath being a mark of God and obeying God as a mark of being faithful was always associated to both binding the law in your hand and as frontlets between your eyes. It was basically, those are idioms. There's a lot of idioms in the Bible, but what's the point? The point is that God wants the law to be in your mind and in your actions, everything you do, right? Faith without works is dead. Those things are consistent throughout the Bible. And yet, the end times mark of the counterfeit believer will be that he'll either do it because they believe in it, or because, well, whatever, I'll get some benefits, I don't actually believe in it. So you see how that's distinguished? And so this is the point we're at, whereas people will not have the strength to endure because they're not strong in the word. And when the challenge comes, they will be afraid of people's opinions. They will be afraid of having economic sanctions and so on and so forth. This is exactly where we're at. The devil has used the darkness of persecution to introduce his counterfeit solution, which of course all of this started a long time ago, folks. It started with Constantine. The Christian church was brutally persecuted. Okay, the church of Smyrna in the book of Revelation, which is, I think, one of the most persecuted churches, objectively, that church receives no rebukes from Jesus, which is very interesting because it tells you what God cares about. Whereas the lukewarm church, which we are at the last phase of the church system, we are now at a point where Jesus doesn't give us any commendations. His only advice is like, look, be like these other churches. Endure. You're very rich, but you're actually very poor. And this is the church that we're in. Because, starting with Constantine, the church went from the darkness of persecution to the false light of, okay, don't persecute us, but everything's going to be compromised. Church and state united, let's import a bunch of pagan beliefs. It's comfortable, but it's not the truth. And that started an institution of church, which is a parallel system that runs alongside the true church, which is the counterfeit church. And that counterfeit church is going to come to power. And when everybody's comfortable, it's going to slowly squeeze its muscles around you and strangle you. And at some point, it's going to show its fangs. Right now, it's not showing its fangs. It's showing a little bit. You'll see it if you have eyes to see today. Of course, they're always there. But eventually, it's going to really show its fangs. And the question is, are you going to be ready for that situation? Are you mentally ready for that situation? Or are you going to be like the leaves and get blown by the wind and take the mark on the hand because it's just too uncomfortable to deal without it? Very important words. Now, let's get to some articles. This is from May 13th of this year, 2024. Belief in the Seven Mountain Mandate. And I think it talks about basically all these statistics that they took. I don't think I highlighted anything here, but basically this is just a statistical outlook on how things have changed very recently. By January 2024, that figure had grown to 41%. So these are various questions, kind of like the Pew Research stuff. This belief in the Seven Mountain Mandate appears to be growing. The quote is, God wants Christians to stand up atop the seven mountains of society, including the government, education, media, and others. So in 2023 of March, you had basically agree and strongly agree. There's the red and pink. And that was a total of about, 30%. Just a year later, less than a year later, January 2024, now we're at 40%. That's statistically significant. So you can't chalk that up to a margin of statistical error. That is a significant increase. Of course, you also have what I think is also significant is a very wide gap of neither. There's a disagree, which of course there's a bottom percentile of like 30%. And then of course, here again, this is significant. They look at just the people who agree and disagree, but I'm looking at everything. Look at 2023. The gap of neithers, meaning the lukewarm people that are susceptible to cultural influencers, propaganda, false flags, do the works, right? Jesuit Hollywood. Those people are about 38%, close to 39%, with the people who disagree and strongly disagree at 30%. Okay? What has changed? Well, not only has the proportion of people who agree strongly gone to 40%, up from 30%, you also have a much wider percentage of people that are neither. They're in the neither camp. What does that mean? Well, if you look at these numbers, 30%, 31%, really almost 32% of strongly disagree or disagree. Now we're looking at 16%. Well, it's a zero-sum game, right? You can't go anywhere other than up. So you went from 32% of people who said, no, I disagree with this Seven Mountain nonsense, to now there's only 16% of those people. Some of those people went to the strongly agree. Some of them moved up to neither, meaning this is getting smaller. The people who actually are standing against this ideology are getting smaller and smaller. And the pool of people who are getting basically more susceptible to influence to come on over, come to the right. Look at this, red versus blue. You see it? It's funny, actually. I don't think they intentionally picked the colors this way, but red versus blue. Red, blue, with a middle ground of people who are ready to be influenced. Then the blue is getting smaller and the red is getting bigger. It's just fascinating. This is duality in action. Seven Mountain Mandate agreement is growing regardless of belief in modern prophecy. Here's another one. Modern day prophets continue to reveal God's plan to humanity. This is March 2023. And now look at January 2024. A lot more people believe in it. And it's just very fascinating. Apocalypticism scale. How many people basically believe like we're coming up on the end times, which is good in some sense. That is a good thing, and people will wake up from it. God's elect will learn the truth as a result of these things. But, where do these things go? Well, they're going towards a particular destination, which is the Great Delusion, which is the people marveling after the beast. Some people don't pay much attention to politics. How about you? How much attention do you pay to news about national politics, TV, radio, printed newspapers, on the internet? So interest in politics around 2023, not too much. It was about 30 to 40%. Now we're up to almost 60%. People are just sucked into the dialectical storm of the Jesuit theater, which is just these false flags, these dialectics, these stories, this King of the South versus King of the North. If you don't know what that is, then watch my Dark to Light playlist and all that. Also in the End Time series is a Dark to Light episode there. It's very important on King of this duality between the secular world, which was created by the Catholic Church in the French Revolution, and the religious nationalist world, which is pushed by the Catholic Church to bring everybody back to itself. Here's another one, Seven Mountain Agreement. This line shows the percent in agreement with the theonomy measures given their support for the Seven Mountain Mandate. So the first line, which is church veto, the church should have final say over whether the legislation becomes law in the U.S. So you can see, agree, this is growing. Same thing with Christian citizens. The United States should only award full citizenship to Christians. This is crazy. People are agreeing with these things and becoming more and more fanatical, which is the point of this research. And again, all these things will be cited. You'll be able to check the references there. Oh, I think it deleted my highlights. Did it delete my highlights? I think it did. So we will be right back. Okay, we are back. Boy, one thing that happens when you turn off your extensions is you also turn off your highlighters. So that was fun. Anyway, we're back here with this article from splcenter.org. It says Christian Supremacy and U.S. Politics, an interview with theologian Andre Gagné. Now, again, some of these people are a little more liberal-minded, but you have to eat the meat and spit out the bones and let them tell on each other. This is the strategy. Because they both tell the truth in some sense about each other, and you have to weed through the bias and find the meat and spit out the bones as usual. But this says, Andrew Gagné is a theologian, university professor, and former pastor. His new book, American Evangelicals for Trump, Dominion, Spiritual Warfare, and the End Times, provides a comprehensive overview of a major threat to a pluralist democracy in the United States, the New Apostolic Reformation, also known as the NAR. Much has been made of the Christian nationalism in the last several years. Although there are many definitions, the use of the term Christian nationalism reflects what many people across the country, even the globe, have noticed: the rise in organized religious extremism as a threat to meaningful democracy. For many Christian nationalists, there is no separation of church and state, and the church should not only be the main crafter of policy and civic life, but also control the administration of all social welfare and education. The NAR has grown to become one of the major exponents of this ideology. The idea that a particular group of Christians should rule or have great influence over all aspects of society. What marks off the NAR from other Christian nationalist groups is, firstly, that the NAR is not a nationalist situation, but globalist. Keep that in mind. The NAR is a global Christian movement whose leaders aim to restructure and transform the society, culture, religion, and politics of the United States and those of the world's nations to fit their authoritarian vision. Although NAR leaders care very much about having power in the United States, their goal is to dominate every nation. In such a vision, NAR leaders act as a night council controlling the ways of the living and what lives are acceptable. As a major NAR leader, Shay Ann said, "Those Christians who align with him are God's legislative body of the kingdom of God." History is repeating, folks. Got to know your history. This, too, separates the NAR from some Christian nationalists. The notion that God's will can be frustrated. Also, a very important point that this man makes, which I have made many times. There's synergists, which of course is Catholicism. But anyway, let's see what the problem is. This means that NAR followers must strive to secure God's will. You got to do something. It's not God who's sovereign, who's decreed reality for his glory and is unfolding it according to his good pleasure and timing. Nope, it's you. You have to do something to bring about God's will. Otherwise, God, can't have his will be brought about. Public NAR religious practices and prayers are intended in part to scatter demonic forces, paving the way spiritually for their agendas to fulfill God's will. And not even democracy nor the rights of others should stand in their way. That's right, the NAR people love their crusades. And of course, if you know any other group of people that love their crusades, then you know where the NAR is from. Professor Gagné covers all of this and more in his work. SPLC senior research analyst and Christian dominionism expert Joe Winnicka-Liddon sat down with Gagné to understand how the new religious right has grown over the last several decades and how they're trying to transform the United States and many countries around the world into theocratic states. Of course, there's some interview questions here, and I think, did I highlight some more? Let's see. Probably not. This is a good interview to check out. Of course, some of these things, eat the meat, spit out the bones. I don't know if I highlighted anything. No, I did not. But what's the point? The point is that the NAR is a globalist situation, not just in the United States. Of course, if you know, Africa is just inundated with NAR stuff, and so is the rest of the world. They're all over the place. This is from independent.uk.co.uk. Meet the powerful evangelicals who believe Trump is an apostle who will reclaim America for Christ. In his interview with Elon Musk, Donald Trump spoke about becoming more religious after the assassination attempt in Pennsylvania in July. And as the former president tries to get back into the White House, scores of religious figures are determined to see him get there. Alex Hannaford explores the troubling movement trying to infiltrate U.S. politics. Now, again, if you are maybe confused on what happened with Trump over this summer, then I highly recommend you watch my video on it and see maybe a more balanced perspective of what's actually going on, because these things are all by design. Look at this. This is all by, of course, this is an old picture, but this is all by design, folks. The people who were frothing at the mouth for Trump are now totally cemented in delusion because of what happened over the summer. And that alone tells you that was a deception. That's not what it seems. Anyway, it's October 2019, and in the Roosevelt Room of the White House, then President Donald Trump stands at his desk in a blue suit, his eyes closed. Around him are 25 people, also smartly dressed, and with their eyes shut too. With a few exceptions, they're mostly middle-aged white men, and those of them nearest to Trump lay their hands on him while the room fell silent in prayer. Among the usual suspects, right-wing evangelicals like American Values President Gary Bauer, First Baptist Dallas Senior Pastor Robert Jeffries, and Family Research Council President Tony Perkins are a female televangelist named Paula White Cain, if you know who that is, and the president of the National Hispanic Christian Leadership Conference, Samuel Rodriguez. Some of these people like Paula Cain, gosh, so ridiculous. There's this guy on YouTube who does amazing remixes of Kenneth Copeland, and he does rap songs or whatever using their sermons, and just ridiculous. I mean, I think Paula Cain has one, but goes to show you if people can do that with your material, how ridiculous you are. But Moving on. These last two are leaders in the movement that is playing an increasingly significant role in American politics, constructing a religious network determined to see Trump reelected in November so that he can continue their mission to turn America into a theocracy. This is the New Apostolic Reformation. The NAR was founded in the mid-1990s by a New York minister and theological professor called C. Peter Wagner. Of course, in my series, The Great Delusion, I have a whole thing about the NAR and how it got to be where it is. It's the pinnacle of many waves that they have done throughout the last 150 years, since Irving and Darby and so on. This is now the pinnacle of this deception. So go watch that series if you haven't yet. Its adherents believe that the idea of the apostles and prophets didn't end in Jesus' time, right? So it doesn't believe what the Bible says, and that the organization's leaders are living prophets and apostles today. Extra-biblical revelation. It is distinguished by an adherence to dominionism, the belief that God wants his followers to rise to power through civil systems so Christians can control society. At its heart is what is known as the Seven Mountain Mandate, which offers a blueprint of how the NAR can reclaim America for Christ by imposing its influence over politics, education, family, the arts, the media, business, and religion. That's how you reclaim America for Christ, not by spreading the gospel, but by controlling every aspect of society through an institution. Web magazine Religion Dispatches calls the NAR one of the most important Christian religious and political movements of our time, and points to the role of NAR leaders in the electoral campaigns of Trump and Trump-aligned figures from school boards to statewide elected offices. On his website, Lance Wallnau, an American preacher who popularized the Seven Mountain strategy, calls it an unstoppable movement. Some media coverage conflates the NAR with Christian nationalism, but they're actually very different. Christian nationalism contends that America has always been a Christian nation, but it's more about identity than religion, bound up in nativism and white supremacy, reimagining the country's history and values. NAR, on the other hand, is very much rooted in religion. It's also multiracial, and its root is the restoration of modern-day apostles and prophets, including women like White Cane. NAR's vision is to remove the demonic forces from positions of power and replace them with Christians intent on bringing about the kingdom of God. That's right, my Christian friends, my true Christian friends. Of course, when I say Christian, I mean Christian as in the book of Acts Christian. And eventually, you're going to be one of the demonic forces that needs to be rooted out, that is opposing the will of God by resting on the seventh day. So remember that. Talk to Action, a platform dedicated to analysis of the religious right, says NAR demonizes minority groups such as Muslim Americans and LGBTQ plus alphabet whatever, and promotes a Tea Party style of radical libertarian economics, categorically opposed to government involvement in healthcare, and advocates the burning or destruction of objects and scriptures associated with a wide range of faiths. That's right. Once they put the Muslims and the Jews and the gays and all these people that are seen as enemies under the bus, there's no more of that. Once the Jews have converted, once the Muslims have converted, believe me, they will. They have to in order to fulfill the Bible. That means that something's going to happen, and it will deceive many, which is, of course, the Bible tells you, the Great Delusion. But once the Jews are converted, once the Muslims are converted, once the left has now become religious too, and all these little threads have been integrated into one reality, who's going to be left, I wonder, that needs to be stamped out as a demonic force? Anthea Butler, chair of the Department of Religious Studies at the University of Pennsylvania and an expert on evangelicalism, says that of the politicians courted by the NAR, some are actually involved in the movement, but others, like Trump, see it as an opportunity. Trump doesn't understand it in the religious sense, of course not, but he definitely understands that he can use it to put himself forward, he says. He understands instinctively that these people are who understand power and want it, and that they will help him get it so that they can get it as well. Didn't he say at some recent conference that he went to of pastors and preachers, oh, you're going to have so much power, you're not even going to know what to do with it or something like that. Just crazy. Crazy stuff. Butler said that the attempt on Trump's life at his campaign rally in Pennsylvania, which did not happen, but anyway, in July, is now being seen in theological terms. Of course. That was the whole plan all along, folks. Trump is the linchpin. He's the anchor for all this stuff. He's their false Christ. Of course, I'm not saying he's the Antichrist, but he's the puppet that needs to rally the people around in the false prophet, which is the United States, to bring about this image so that the rest of the world can accept it. Of Quote, this assassination attempt is perfect for him because they will twist scripture to show that he is really God's man and that God rescued him to be the president. That's exactly what I said. This is why they are so triumphant and believe that they're going to win in November. That's right, folks. By false signs and wonders. What does Paul say in Thessalonians? That the coming of the lawless one, which is the coming of the papal power to being basically worshipped and receiving worship throughout the world, that's the coming of the lawless one. Because the lawless one is an institution of men. But that coming, meaning the Great Delusion, meaning the world marveling after the beast, it's all the same thing. That reality is by all power and signs and false wonders of Satan. That means that all the power that Satan has, and he has great power to deceive, all of his power is given to this outcome because that's his last stand. He's going to get destroyed. So he's going to give it his best shot at deceiving the world. And you're going to see false signs and wonders galore. What happened with Trump is just the beginning, folks. When they start building that temple, which we'll talk about it today, it's going to be frothing at the mouth like crazy. These Christian Zionists and these NAR people, these charismatic people, they're going to be frothing at the mouth. False signs and wonders. And of course, what does Revelation 13:2 tell you? That the devil, the dragon, gave his power and throne and great authority to the beast. So all of these things are by the power of Satan. And of course, you can tell. Look at how frothing at the mouth people are. You know, all the conservatives made fun of the liberals for wearing masks with the whole COVID thing, but now they're wearing these little ear bandages at the rallies. I mean, really? You're just as manipulated, man. Moving on. If you thought the U.S. Constitution ensured separation of church and state, for the most part, presidents before the 1970s largely kept their faith close to their chests. But that disappeared when Democrat Jimmy Carter came to power. As author Richard Hutchinson wrote in his book, God in the White House, Carter's bubbling Baptist evangelicalism was all too painfully public. He talked openly about being born again, thereby establishing a born-again test for future presidential aspirants for the evangelical vote. Now, really quick stop here. If you understand, what does this have to do with everything? Well, it does. In 1960, whatever, 1 or 2, whatever it was, the Vatican switched positions for the long haul, or I should say the home stretch, not the long haul, because they've been at the long haul, but the home stretch, let's put it that way. Vatican II is when all the charismatic stuff's happened. That's when the position of the church became a little more, hey, come back, we love you, let's all lighten love, let's all unite, ecumenical stuff, all these flirtations and all of the things that you're seeing today were beginning with Vatican II, which is very interesting because, again, these presidents are secret society members. They're not there by election, but by selection. And of course, he says he's Baptist, but we know how that works, folks. And so what is the point? The point is that ever since then, you see a trend. You see the charismatic movement, the Jesus revolutions happened. What is it called? The moral majority with what's his name in the 80s. All of these things were just increasingly more and more, which is, again, all tying to the beast. The beast repositioned itself in the 60s for the home stretch with love and light, with the charismatic movement, all these things I've talked about in other places. So it doesn't surprise me that a few years later in the American presidency, you started to see more religious stuff happening in the forefront. And we need to start getting people ready for this idea of union of church and state. And of course, this program has been running for a while. Trump is nothing new in that sense. He's just an echo of, if you reverberate something enough, eventually it's going to crack. So you just need a couple waves to pulse at that thing, and eventually it'll oscillate until it just breaks. Trump is like the final wave. He's the wave at the end of all these waves that have successively made people think a certain way. Moving on. After Carter, the religious right were in the ascendance, and evangelicals aligned themselves more with republicanism. During Ronald Reagan's presidency, social issues such as opposition to abortion emerged as pivotal to his political agenda. James Dobson, founder of the Focus on the Family, a prominent American evangelical organization, described America as being embroiled in a new civil war, distinguished by a clash between two irreconcilable worldviews. Could it be the King of the North and the King of the South, I wonder? Dobson was among those church leaders praying over Trump in the Roosevelt Room back in 2019. But Butler says the NAR is different to conventional evangelicalism. It's more like Pentecostalism and neo-charismatic Christianity. she says. Christian movements that emphasize spiritual gifts like speaking in tongues or prophecy, Butler adds, is what is inherent in all of this. It doesn't matter that Trump has been married to 3 women and slept with a porn star and did all this stuff. You have to understand that for them, he was a sinner, but that God has redeemed him and used him. How do you know if God has redeemed somebody? Doesn't it say in the Bible, by their fruits you will know them? What are Trump's fruits? When he was interviewed a couple years ago about repenting, he's like, I don't want to ask for forgiveness. I just do better. Recently, when he talked about religion, just got to do stuff. Does he understand the gospel? Has God really caused him to be born again? I don't think so, folks. For evangelicals in the NAR, Trump's opposition to abortion and his judicial appointments, particularly to the Supreme Court, as well as his stance on the issues like Israel, are of paramount importance. It isn't so much they're doing this so Jesus can come back, Butler says. It's that there's evil on earth right now. The evil happens to be Democrats and liberals and trans people. And God has given them the time to fight it. Yeah, you see, it's a holy crusade against an invented evil, which of course, yeah, the liberal left, there are evils there, of course, obvious evils, but the conservative right is not the good guys, folks. That's the deception. The devil is using one evil to fight another evil, and people are getting swept up in the dialectic game and saying, oh, look, they're coming to rescue us. That's not the case. He's using the Antichrist, i.e. the counterfeit in place of Christ, false savior, false salvation, to defeat the Antichrist, which is the openly against Christ, the liberals, the trans, the, atheists. It's just one paradigm against the other, but they're both Antichrist. You get it? That's the lesson of the day with all of these episodes. A little over a decade ago, I attended a New Apostolic Reformation church service in the suburbs of Austin, Texas. Back then, I was writing a story about how the NAR was supporting the then Texas Governor Rick Perry in his failed bid for the Republican presidential nomination. We're part of his army, the minister said. Art Cerna told the congregation that night. And every one of you has a role to play. That's right, Joel's army, if you know about that. They love their armies, they love their crusades. Who else thinks like that, folks? You know what spirit is guiding this when you just see the fruits. Look at their fruits. Bananas don't come from apple trees. Bananas come from banana trees. A man behind me wearing a baggy baseball t-shirt began talking in tongues before lying prostrate on the floor between the chairs, mumbling. Cerna walked over to an older man standing at the front of the room and laid his hands on his chest. The man began shaking before throwing his head back and closing his eyes. These are crazy stuff, man. I do believe people can be demonically possessed, but these people are... I don't know what to make of it. I think that the people who are exercising them, they're just demons playing with demons, and it's just a giant show. This is just crazy stuff. Of course, people who are non-believers can have demons, and they can be exorcised. That's true. I believe that. But, read these things with a fine, discerning eye. After the service, I met Bob Long, a jovial, gray-haired man who led the church and who was considered an apostle by his followers. He told me the NAR was looking for the most conservative candidate who holds both a conservative fiscal and social worldview, which Long explained meant a biblical worldview. On Long's church website, it describes its aim as to raise up a company equipped to invade every arena of culture, commerce, and civil government. That's right, they love their invasion. Invading Babylon, I think, is Lance Wallnau's book. It's called Invading Babylon. Of course, to them, they think that Babylon is this leftist system, which is wrong. They're going right into the trap, which, of course, Lance Wallnau, I wouldn't be surprised as a Jesuit or a Jesuit operative or secret society member. I would not be surprised whatsoever. But anyway, when I raised the criticism that the NAR should stay out of politics, that it was, after all, Thomas Jefferson who described a wall of separation between church and state, Long told me that civil government itself was invented by God. But he added, that doesn't mean a theocracy in the 21st century. Nobody wants that except Islam and some other world religion. I can think of somebody that wants that, but anyway, if you read the Bible, it tells you who wants that. Project 2025 is a proposed plan published by conservative think tank, the Heritage Foundation, which aims to promote right-wing policies that it hopes will reshape the United States government should Trump win the election in November. Butler told me so much of Project 25 is about religious issues. Whether we're talking about education or sexuality or banning gays and trans people, we'll read some of these things and how Trump was basically very associated with each of these issues. It fits into that in the sense that they're making God's government, that they're creating a theocracy. These people are not interested in democracy. They're interested in freedom for themselves, not for anybody else. They like authoritarianism, which is why they like Trump. And everything revolves around him right now. That's right. Everything does revolve around Trump. They have created this cult of personality around Trump, even worldwide, which is, again, because the United States is the false prophet that will bring the image to the rest of the world. And it needs false signs and wonders. One of those false signs and wonders is to have a cult of personality, a charismatic leader that works deception and lies and convinces people to adopt this system. At the end of July, a traveling tent revival, a hallmark of U.S. evangelicalism since the 1800s, came to Eau Claire, a small city in Wisconsin. Among the speakers was controversial U.S. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, but it also featured a line of preachers and prophets of the New Apostolic Reformation. Headlining the event was Wallnow, who was along with his fellow revivalists had a message. Vote in November and help elect Donald Trump. America's awakening begins here. The website for the Courage Tour announces. Embrace transformation and reformation. More locations, it notes, will be announced in the run-up to the November's election. Didn't the Jesuits just celebrate 490 years of being created? I think recently, this is like a couple weeks ago as the time of this video. August 12th or something like that? August 15th? I could be getting the date wrong, but what does that mean? Well, that means that the Counter-Reformation is almost completely done. And it's so funny that you have this guy who's, again, probably an operative, saying, oh, embrace the Reformation. What Reformation? You mean the Counter-Reformation? That's exactly what he's having you embrace. In Britain, it's hard to imagine a mainstream politician embracing religion in such a massive way in order to gain support. Mixing politics and religion can get you in hot water, but in the U.S., in today's Republican Party, the opposite is true. That's right, it's true because the U.S. is the false prophet. And eventually everybody's going to come around, folks. Don't worry, they will. Trump's imperfections or crimes are irrelevant. God has saved him, and he's now been chosen to lead their battle for the soul of America. Goodness gracious. What a time to be alive, huh? What a time to be alive. It's just a crazy thing to see the book of Revelation unfolding before our very eyes. Here's one on Franklin Graham, who's another secret society member, from the Christian Post. This is recent, July 30th. Franklin Graham says Christian nationalism is a coin the media made up. All right, let's see. Evangelist Franklin Graham, the son of legendary evangelist Billy Graham, who was a Freemason, said in a recent interview that the term Christian nationalism is often used by the media as a tactic to polarize and divide the country. We talked about this with religious nationalism and the argument that they have against you. Why I use religious nationalism, because if you say you're Christian nationalism, well, what are you, against Christianity? This is the tactic. Graham, 72, who heads the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association and the evangelical humanitarian organization Samaritan's Purse, discussed his views on the political landscape of evangelical support for the former President Donald Trump during a recent interview with British newspaper Financial Times. Addressing the media's role, Graham, a conservative Christian, expressed concern over what he sees as the loss of objective journalism in the U.S. We don't have journalism anymore in America, he said. It's about picking a topic and spinning things for the candidate that you support, which is true. I agree with that. This criticism extends to the term Christian nationalism, a buzzword that has gained popularity in recent years among progressives and is often broadly used to describe Christian conservatives even if they are not nationalists. Wait. Christian nationalism, that's a coin that the media has come up with. It's to divide our country. It's to polarize people, he said. And then there's white supremacy. There are people that are bent on destroying our country. I agree. I mean, of course, that the whole white supremacy thing is nonsense. But, what is the tactic here? The tactic is, listen, Christian nationalism isn't that bad. We're not looking to take over society. There are people that want to see a one-world system, a one-world government. So now no, we're not the ones that want to do the NWO thing. It's the evil lefties that are mischaracterizing us that want a one-world government. We're trying to save you from that one-world government. These people that see the United States as hindering that, Graham added, this is false duality. False duality. And there are people that don't want the American dollar to be the standard of currency of the world. There are people in America and in Europe and Russia who want this, and having an open border is part of it. Again, what's he appealing to? He's appealing to the King of the South. The King of the South is the enemy, folks. Don't look at me, the King of the North. It's the King of the South. He's the bad guy. Mark Tooley, president of the Institute on Religion and Democracy, noted in an op-ed earlier this year that Christian nationalism differs from conventional Christian conservatism. Christian nationalists, he said, are often post-liberals that seek a form of Christianity that is officially recognized and supported by the state. Meanwhile, Christian conservatives are classical liberals who support the traditional American principle of complete religious freedom for everyone. While both groups aspire to a Christian America, Christian nationalists aim to achieve this through laws, whereas conservatives view it more as a demographic, historical, and cultural characteristic of the nation, Tooley stated, which is true. There are differences, and of course, if you understand the trajectory of history and what they've done, and I've broken this down in my Great Delusion series and all my historical episodes, but what's the point? Well, they have gradually heated the pot up, folks. Like the moral majority in the 80s really solidified the religious right, but it wasn't like super hardcore as it is now. Then a couple of years later in the 90s, you had the whole NAR movement starting. Then you have all this charismatic stuff starting. Of course, then with YouTube and everything and social media, it's just only made things spread faster and faster. So they are fusing everything into one religio-political spiritual reality, which of course, whatever you want to call it, you want to call it NAR, I call it religious nationalism because that's what it is. It's nationalism, i.e. nationalizing everything, very state-controlled, under a religious authority. Not the gospel, but a religious authority, which of course is Antichrist. But if you know about Franklin Graham, I won't go too much into this, but this is if you type in Franklin Graham voodoo donuts. Yeah, you can see it pretty well here. You can see, if you know about voodoo donuts and what they're all about, very shady situation, and Franklin loves voodoo donuts. He's like a regular there, so you can look into that on your own. This is from Breitbart. Exclusive Pastor John MacArthur. Joe Biden's presidency is the consequence of the nation's choices. Is John MacArthur pointing you to the truth, or is he pointing you to the King of the South, which of course demands a solution from the King of the North? Of course, the answer is he's pointing you to the King of the South. Get out of here, ads. Leave me alone. So this is what happens. You block your ad blocker to make sure your microphone isn't being interrupted by it, then all the ads come back. The Biden presidency is, in some ways, a consequence of the nation's choices, John MacArthur, pastor of Grace Community Church in Los Angeles, said during an appearance on Breitbart News. MacArthur discussed the nation going down the wrong path, noting that when a society turns to sexual immorality, homosexual immorality, and a reprobate mind, God gives them up. Which is true. I mean, you see the pattern of every empire in history. Once they started having all this sexual immorality, it's true. They lost themselves. And of course, they also spread too far and they got corrupted from within. That's a true historical pattern. There's a sense in which God takes his hand of blessing off that society. Now we're drifting into religious nationalism. When he gives them up, it means he gives them up to the consequences of their choices. If you follow that pattern, what you get is Joe Biden, who is the epitome of all those things that I just talked about. He said, highlighting the fact that immorality is running rampant in Biden's own family at an epic level and in Biden's own life. That's part of it. And then advocating for homosexuality and then saying he supports all the transgender nonsense. He is what you get when you go down the Romans chapter 1 path, because this is in itself is kind of a divine judgment, he said. There you go. So God is judging America. Therefore, we need to take control and vote Biden out. Nonsense. Is there a way back? There is a way back if we return to the Word of God, if we proclaim the gospel. Agreed. I agree with John there. If people turn to Christ, sure. But what does that actually mean in practice? That's what I want to know. You can't change a culture any other way than to change hearts. Change hearts from the inside out, and that's where the church has to step in. Now you see the second part of that sentence. Let me read it again to see if you can spot the error with your Fennec fox ears. So he's talked about coming back to the Word of God. If we proclaim the gospel, if people turn to Christ. Good. I agree with that sentence. 100%. Now, hyphen, very important qualifying segment. You can't change a culture any other way than to change hearts from the inside out, and that's where the church has to step in. So what is he saying? Do you understand? The church has to step in to change culture. How is it going to do that? Well, it has to invade the 7 mountains of society and change culture. I have to say that the church has miserably failed. The church has worked so hard to look and sound like what people outside the church want that it's lost its impact. He said, asking, where is the church confronting the culture? Again, there you go. Straight from the horse's mouth. Where is the church confronting the culture? The church doesn't confront the culture. The church spreads the gospel, and the church has always been. The gospel's countercultural. It's never going to be popular, folks. If the church is actually doing what it's supposed to be doing, it's never going to be popular because the elect aren't many. Wide is the road, and many go by it, that leads to destruction. Narrow is the road, and few there are that find it. Whereas the church pointing out the sins of the scriptures makes so clear that bring about divine judgment. But the solution is not going to be Donald Trump, he said, although he added that it is a huge move in the right direction. And I think if God allows that to happen, that Trump becomes president, you can say that the Lord has kind of put the brakes on it a little bit. So does he believe that Trump is ordained by God in some sense? Yes, he does. But the train is moving so fast down the direction of having been abandoned by God that unless there's a huge spiritual turnaround, there's no way to stop this, he said, emphasizing that it falls to Christians to step it up. Step it up, Christians. Do something. And that means that obviously we care about politics because we care about sin and righteousness, and we want to uphold righteousness. But Christian people also have to care a whole lot more about the gospel. That alone can transform people's hearts. I agree. That's all you need is the gospel. We can be concerned about temporal things like politics, but the reason we're in this world is to proclaim the saving gospel of Christ. Well said. The transformation that he brings can change a family and change a community and change a nation, MacArthur had. Then he spins it with a little bit of the culture-shaping religious national stuff, which, of course, John MacArthur has some good things to say. I've listened to a lot of his sermons on salvation and predestination things on. He's got some good things to say. There are things that I disagree with. For example, John MacArthur is a staunch dispensationalist, which to me is just mind-boggling considering that he believes in election and predestination, all these things. Like, I don't understand how he can reconcile the two, but there you go. And he's also obviously very much on the conservative political Trump has to come and save the country train. So there's that. This is good. This is from a channel called Biblical Hope. They have some good coverage on some of this Sunday law stuff. And we're going to look at some interesting things from the national conservatism movement. Here we go.
The Sabbath and the sacred and reason and justice. The Sabbath was specifically enshrined as one of the principles within this political organization. And so the next several clips, you're going to see how this was brought out in some of those discussions from political think tank leaders, lawyers, heads of think tanks like Project 2025. So let's see if this is beginning to be discussed more broadly.
In states like Tennessee, which precluded establishment of a denomination, still had a Christian test for office. They had robust blasphemy, Sabbath, and obscenity laws. Proselytizing was not free for all. Morals were as regulated as health and safety. I propose it looks like winning if we ever get back to that situation. As Jefferson himself recounted on Sundays, and this is ironic, even federal buildings were open to church services, which included the Supreme Court. And even after incorporation, the First Amendment began in the 20th century, Sabbath laws were still being enforced.
The individual worker who has a large family with many children may be unwilling to devote his entire life to the corporation. The devout Christian may oppose commerce on Sabbath or the practice of usury. Many mandated.
Now, really quick, Sabbath for them is Sunday. This is all from Project 2025 kind of stuff.
Laws against blasphemy and required observations of the Sabbath. I grew up in Connecticut at a time when there were still things called blue laws, believe it or not. These kinds of mandates on behalf of the common good were common, frequent, and a deep and inherent part of the American tradition. Called for, quote, restoring to our nation a proper public orientation toward the virtues of patriotism and courage, honor and loyalty, religion and wisdom, congregation and family, man and woman, the Sabbath and the sacred, and reason and justice.
And so this is the central purpose of culture. Everyone desires Sabbath rest. And givenness of things, their solidity, their permanence, and their sheer givenness is what provides us with rest.
Dealing with secularism, you're then isolating other religious groups. So in a pluralist society, if you reinstate blue laws, then you would have to outlaw sports teams on Saturday in order to accommodate Jews for the Sabbath, or Muslims, Seventh-day Adventists. So how do you kind of thread that needle?
You got to balance what's best for the majority with what's needed to.
Did you hear that? You got to balance what's best for the majority. Who's going to be the majority?
The minority. You always have to achieve that balance. And in New York, there are accommodations for Orthodox Jewish communities to establish these boundaries in their neighborhoods so that they can, celebrate the Sabbath and visit with each other in accordance with Jewish law. You have to, if satisfying the demands of the majority can only be legitimate if it only imposes a reasonable and moderate burden upon the minority, it seems to me.
Who determines what a reasonable and moderate burden upon society is? Who is the authority that determines that? If you're not what God says, then who is the authority?
We're not obligated to satisfy every group under the sun. You have to make these judgments. Throughout his pontificate, John Paul II warned of the dangers of societies without transcendence.
So we're quoting the snake at this National Conservative Conference, which you're going to see who the people are behind this. It just blows your mind. But anyway, John Paul II.
In retrospect, the main thrust of Catholic social teaching after the Second Vatican Council has been to try to save the liberal West from its self-destructive excesses by grounding the modern quest for freedom in the larger, perennial, and far more fundamental human quest for transcendence.
Did you get that? After the Vatican Council, the goal of the church has been to rescue the Western world from these liberal ideas, which were created by the Jesuits in the French Revolution to bring you back to the Mother Church. Do you understand? It's all related, folks.
So in conclusion, Texas, Oklahoma, and Florida have mandated biblical literacy for school children. Louisiana will require the display of the Ten Commandments in schools. These modest measures, I submit, move America in the right direction. And no Catholic, I think, in his right mind could object. On the contrary, we should be cheerleading. The ideology of strict separation has done great damage to our society. So, if I may draw from the words of Ronald Reagan, Justice Roberts, tear down that wall.
Applause, applause. Tear down the wall between church and state. Let's get back to good old times when the Catholic Church was completely in charge of everything and persecuting people as heretics for not bowing the knee to the authority of the Pope. So, this National Conservatism, what's it called? National Conservatism Conference. Let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at the people who are behind it, because I think that's also going to be very interesting. If you go to this website, nationalconservatism.org, and you go to the About section, there's a little blurb here. It says, National Conservatism is a project of the Edmund Burke Foundation, a new public affairs institute dedicated to developing a revitalized conservatism for the age of nationalism already upon us. The age of nationalism and revitalizing conservatism. Edmund Burke, I was like, that's interesting. Let me see what Edmund Burke Foundation is all about. So you go there and you go to their personnel and say, okay. Immediately, I'm getting some red flags. You got Yoram Hazony, which is the chairman. I was like, oh, that's a Jewish person probably. Then you have Rafi. That's obviously very Jewish. And then you got Anna Wellish. She probably is Jewish. Josh Hammer, we're going to look at him. He's a very influential Jewish person. What does that have to do with the age of nationalism and Sabbath laws and all this Christian stuff that's happening, counterfeit Christian, that was happening just previously? That's really interesting to me. So let's take a look at these people. Here's Yoram Hazony. Yoram Hazony is an Israeli-American philosopher, Bible scholar, and political theorist. He is president of the Herzl Institute. You mean like Theodor Herzl, the father of Zionism? in Jerusalem and serves as the chairman of the Edmund Burke Foundation. Okay, well, let's read a little bit more about him. Hazony is a modern Orthodox Jew and relates his views on open orthodoxy in an article published 2014. Hazony is an outspoken Judeo-nationalist, i.e. Zionist, and has written that nationalism uniquely provides the collective right of a free people to rule themselves. However, several critics of Hazony's book, The Virtue of Nationalism, maintain it is both theoretically inconsistent or incoherent, and that it bears little relation to the historical body of nationalist thought. In a review of the Tel Aviv Review of Books, Yair Wallach argues that Hazony's 2020 book, A Jewish State, Herzl and the Promise of Nationalism, well, there you go, now you for sure know where he stands, is characterized by intellectual dishonesty in part for presenting a selective amount of Theodor Herzl's understanding of Zionism and nationalism. So, Hazony, the chairman of this foundation that is putting on this national conservative thing where all of these Catholic Christian, people were speaking about Sunday laws and how we need to tear down the wall of church and state. The chairman, ultimately, is a Zionist Jew. Okay, that's interesting. Let's look at this one. Anna Welij. Seems like some sort of Polish Jewish. But if you look at this, she's got some posts on the Holocaust and, this person's distinguished award for surviving such and such. So definitely Jewish, very likely. Then you got this James Orr guy, which I couldn't find too much info about. He seems to be just a philosopher. He's the professor of philosophy of religion at the Faculty of Divinity of University of Cambridge. He was previously a MacDonald postdoctoral fellow in theology, ethics, and public life at Christ Church, Oxford. So probably Protestant, quote unquote. This is Rafi Ice, which of course you can tell where he's from. Rafi Ice is the chief operating officer of the Edmund Burke Foundation. He also serves as the executive director of the Herzl Institute. Oh, there you go. So 2 peas in a pod with the chairman. He taught Bible and Talmud and was a school principal at the Jewish high school in the greater Philadelphia region. His essays have been published in First Things to Come, National Affairs, National Review, and Public Discourse. So another Zionist, basically, that's chairing this thing. Then you have Nathan Pinkowski, which is very interesting. He's got this thing called, this video titled Catholicism and the Necessity of Nationalism by Nathan Pinkowski. I think he's either a Christian or a Catholic, quote-unquote Christian, quote-unquote Catholic, but either way, he's hardcore on that side. Then you have this guy, Joshua Benjamin Hammer, born in 1989. He's an American conservative political commentator, attorney, and columnist. He's a syndicated columnist through Creator Syndicate, Yada Yada Newsweek, and host of The Josh Hammer Show, a weekly podcast. In 2024, he launched his second daily podcast, America on Trial, with Josh Hammer, with the first. As of June 2024, The Josh Hammer Show can be heard on all the airwaves of Seattle, Miami, St. Louis. Hammer is also the author of the forthcoming book, Israel and Civilization, The Fate of the Jewish Nation and the Destiny of the West, i.e., a Zionist. Early life, always good to look in Wikipedia when you go to early life. See, Wikipedia has some good stuff. Hammer was born in Westchester County, New York, to a Jewish family. He attended what he called a fairly reformed synagogue growing up. So he's nationalist, Zionist, just like the chairman, just like the chief of operations, and he's on this thing. So now if we go back to our lineup here, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, more than half, statistically, of the people behind this Edmund Burke Foundation are Jews. They're Zionist Jews. Then you have a Catholic, a militant Catholic. You got this guy who's, I don't know what he is. I try to look him up. He's either agnostic or whatever. I mean, he's not very clear. And same thing with this. You got 2 kind of philosophical academics, 4 Zionist Jews, and 1 militant Catholic. Behind the foundation that is putting on this national conservatism organization, all these proxy mushroom organizations that pop up, you have to do your digging and you realize, like, everybody's on the same side, folks. King of the North, King of the South, doesn't matter. They're all pitching for the same team because, there's one agenda behind it all. That's what the Bible tells you. You don't have to be knowing everything. You just have to see what the Bible tells you. There's one agenda. There's going to be a new world order. So everybody's playing on the same side, which is very funny. This is from Reason.com. Trump promises to give police immunity from prosecution. Former President Trump this week made his way to Wisconsin, a battleground state crucial to both 2016 and 2020. The stakes, in other words, are high, so he made a few big promises to match. One such promise, quote, "We're going to give our police their power back," just like he's going to give the religious people their power back. He told rally goers in Waukesha, "And we are going to give them immunity from prosecution." That's right. So when the cops come knocking on your door for violating the climate Sabbath or whatever they're going to do, and they say, well, the AI, has spotted that your GPS tracker didn't move on, this or did that or, whatever, and it told on you, and they're going to throw you in jail for your third disobedience to the Sabbath law. Yeah, they're going to have immunity from that. Between police and prosecutors, law enforcement officers are arguably already the most powerful people in government, so it's unclear what Trump means by giving power back. His second promise, though, immunity from prosecution, is more concrete and a reminder of the former president's views on government accountability. And again, some of these are liberal-leaning, and that's the point, because they tell on each other. The conservatives tell on the liberals, and the liberals tell on the conservatives. And between the two, you can discern the narrow road and what's actually going on, because they're both giving you a little bit of the truth. Let's talk about Elon Musk. MSNBC.com, this is Elon Musk sues his critics into silence, so much for free speech. This is from August 2024. Elon Musk, self-proclaimed free speech absolutist, is demanding the government infringe on free speech rights yet again. Despite his posturing as a defender of free speech, free expression, Musk is one of the nation's most vexatious litigants against anybody who exercises their First Amendment rights in a way that he doesn't like. His latest target is GARM, the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, an industry association of advertisers on online platforms, of which X, formerly known as Twitter, is still a member. The lawsuit also targets several of GARM's members for the supposed crime of declining to purchase ads on Musk's website. X's CEO, Linda Yaccarino, posted a video on Tuesday explaining that the suit is part of the company's noble pursuit of preventing, quote, "the global town square, the one place that you can express yourself freely and openly." Yaccarino wore a pendant around her neck that read "Free Speech." On Thursday, GARM, citing its inability to handle legal fees that would likely run into 7 figures, simply shut its doors, ending all operations. Musk's censorial bullying worked, abusing the legal system to shut down his critics. Now look, I'm not saying that GARM is like the hero here. I'm not saying these organizations that police things or they're just lobbying for different things. I'm not saying this that they're innocent. But what this shows you is really just a shift of power from one side to the other. Elon Musk is not this free speech warrior. He is a puppet. We'll talk about this with the digital Inquisition today, but he controls so many things. He's a puppet, folks. He's just weeding out the opposition and taking control so that they can create the echo chamber, so that when the Sabbath laws pass and the culture is ready to adopt all this mark of the beast stuff, that there is no opposition. All the opposition, which is the left, is getting taken over and subsumed by the right. The dark or the light will use the dark. I've talked about this before in my other articles and videos. Here's another one from fastcompany.com. Elon Musk's repost of a Kamala Harris deepfake shows he's no free speech warrior. So he's suing all these people for free speech, but yet he's a total hypocrite. Last Friday night, Elon Musk, the Donald Trump supporting owner of X, decided to repost a deepfake video of the presumptive Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris, wherein the vice president says he's a diversity hire and says she's a diversity hire, although maybe I said it right the first time, doesn't know the first thing about running the country. The video's creator confirmed to the Association Press that he used an AI voice synthesis tool to manipulate the audio found in Harris's political ad. People who create and post this kind of thing often claim that it was meant as parody or satire, forms of political speech that are protected. And indeed, the creator of the faked Harris video labeled it Kamala Harris campaign ad parody. But Musk's repost didn't include that text. After people began pointing out that the video repost violated X's community guidelines, Musk hid behind the parody defense even after removing the label from the deepfake he reposted. So, rules for thee, not for me. Not many reasonable people would believe that the voice in the ad was Harris's. She'd never say those things. But when the owner of a major social media platform ignores his own community guidelines and reposts an unlabeled AI deepfake to millions of his followers, it sends a message. Deepfakes are okay and community guidelines are negligible. course, if you're the king of the hill, then he can do whatever he wants, right? And don't expect regulators to help combat this element of the misinformation war. Quote, it will be extremely difficult to regulate AI to the point where we can avoid videos like the recent one of video of Vice President Harris that was shared on X, says John Powers, a media and design professor at Quinnipiac University. We're going to talk about the AI dialectic because there's a point to it. The point is to eventually push the need for some sort of universal identification, which will be used against you when the Mark of the Beast goes live. There should be a stronger push for social media literacy to be introduced to young students as a way to ensure that the next generation is diligent in examining information and news as it comes across their social feeds. Yeah, we live in an age of smoke and mirrors, folks. This is an age of misinformation. Constant lies everywhere you look. It's crazy. You have to double, triple, quadruple check everything. This is an interesting article from the Wall Street Journal, which documents Elon Musk's patterns of tweeting and involvement to now shifting towards political issues. 5 years ago, Elon Musk tweeted about his companies, plus memes and the occasional dad joke. So you can see they put this in a little graph. Basically, what is he tweeting about? Let's see if I can move this text. Here we go. This is Tesla and then Biden or Trump. So nothing in 2019 and 2021, 22, barely nothing. 23, acquisition completed. Once he got X, once he bought Twitter and renamed it to be X. Now suddenly, boom, boom, boom. Look at this. From whatever this was in late 2022 to this is recently in July of this year. This is just spiking and spiking now political. So everything is timed perfectly, folks. Do you think that the left is the only one manipulating people's perception during the election? It's not true. They work together. In total, Musk ramped up his posting on platform. His conversations mentioning common political keywords increased more than 200-fold. Meanwhile, the share of his conversations mentioning business terms decreased. Here's how that happened. Let's see, maybe there's a little graph. Oh, I guess the rest of the article's paywalled, but this graph it tells you everything. Here he was just silently acquiring various things. Basically, they're getting propped up and aligning things. And then say, okay, now we're ready. We're ready, and we're going to get you to have this company. Now you're going to start posting and so on and so forth, just in time to shape the culture in the opposite direction. It's all by design, folks. All by design. Of course, there's another one from Wall Street. Elon Musk walk with Jesus. The billionaire has been invoking Christianity as he discusses more his core beliefs. And of course, there's a whole journey with this. The Wall Street Journal has become very greedy. Everything's behind a paywall now. But there's a lot of stuff like this with him talking more and more about Christianity, even though he's not a Christian. He hasn't even professed to be a Christian. He said, oh, Christianity, it's we have to maintain Christianity. We have to do this. It's like, that's very strange. And the political stuff, the ramping up the political stuff, the fact that he owns X and AI and the Tesla cars and the satellites and so on and so forth. Very, very suspect kind of stuff. This is from this is AmericanProgressAction.org. From personnel to policy, Project 2025 is President Donald Trump's agenda. This is the article I told you they're going to break down everything that's involved with President Trump or Donald Trump and Project 2025. Many of the Project 2025 authors and advisory board members are close to Trump allies and advisors. This is just going to be a list of facts now we're going to read. At least 140 people who worked for the Trump administration had a hand in Project 2025. 81% of Project 2025 authors are tied directly to Trump. All told, of the 38 people responsible for writing and editing Project 2025, 31 were appointed or nominated to positions in the Trump administration in transition. In other words, while Trump claims he has nothing to do with the people who created Project 2025, over 81% had formal roles in his administration. Project 2025 was drafted with extensive input from many of his allies. Quote, there's good reason to believe that Trump, if nominated and elected, would find this new set of recommendations even more compelling than he did the first term. That's because it was drafted with extensive input from many of his allies, advisors, and appointees. Among the groups that contributed are America First Legal, led by high-ranking Trump administration officials Stephen Miller and Gene Hamilton, the Conservative Partnership Institute, where Mark Meadows, Trump's last chief of staff, is senior partner, and Center for Renewing America, held by Russell Vought, whatever, the director of the Office of Management and budget under Trump. Several of President Trump's top advisors include John McEntee and Stephen Miller, are drivers of Project 2025. Project 2025 Director Paul Dance recommended the next president turn to McEntee to confront the deep state. Trump administration Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt and key advisor Stephen Miller appeared in Project 2025's Presidential Administration Academy video. A former White House advisor to Vice President Mike Pence said that President Trump's attempt to distance himself from Project 2025 was preposterous. Quote, "This is preposterous if you look at the collaborators and the authors of this plan," Olivia Troy told CNN when asked whether his denial was credible. "A lot of these people served in Trump's cabinet during his administration. There are people that I worked with. I sat in those policy meetings with them." What's this one say? 29 of the 36 speakers in Project 2025 training videos leaked to ProPublica worked for President Trump on his transition administration or his 2024 campaign. President Trump and Senator Vance have strong relationships with the Heritage Foundation, which organized Project 2025. In April 2022, Donald Trump shared a private flight with Kevin Roberts, the new director of Project 2025 and president of the Heritage Foundation, who, by the way, is a militant Catholic. In an April 2023 speech, Senator Vance said that the Heritage Foundation would play a major role in a Republican presidency. J.D. Vance and Heritage Foundation President Kevin Roberts are good friends. Kevin Roberts said that Senator Vance has been a champion for the Heritage Foundation and is going to be one of the leaders of the movement. All these have more descriptors. I'm not going to read them all because there's just so much of it. I just want to barrage you with all these bullet points. You can read them on your own if you want. But Vance said that he was thrilled to write the foreword to Dawn's Early Light, a book that Project 2025 architect Kevin Roberts' manifesto for a far-right government takeover. So Vance wrote, he was thrilled to write the foreword to Kevin Roberts' book to take over the world for basically the Catholic Church. Vance's editorial review of Dawn's Early Light calls his ideas an essential weapon for the future of conservatism. Heritage President Kevin Roberts called Senator J.D. Vance a man who personifies hope of our nation's future, and said that the organization was rooting for him to be the vice presidential pick. There you go. So they're flirting and having all these adulteries with each other, and Trump is saying, no, I don't have any clue what Project 2025 is. That means he's lying. So if he's lying to you, then what does that say? It says a lot of things. President Trump on Kevin Roberts, president of the Heritage Foundation. Quote, "He's going to be so incredible. I love what's his name? Kevin Roberts. There you go. He's so incredible. He loves the guy." President Trump said working closely with Heritage was a winning formula, and we're going to work on some other things that are going to be very exciting. Heritage's new president aligned the organization more closely with the Trump wing of the party. In an interview with Michael Tafoya, Kevin Roberts said that their relationship with President Trump remains very good. Project 2025's directors have said that Trump is well aware of their agenda. The Heritage Foundation previously bragged about how the Trump administration embraced the predecessor of Project 2025. Quote, in a January 2018 blog post, the Heritage Foundation bragged, 1 year after taking office, President Trump and his administration have embraced nearly 2/3 of the policy recommendations from the Heritage Foundation's mandate for leadership. So the version 1.0 was embraced within a year of Trump's presidency, first time around. Dans said Project 2025 is really going to be the engine room for the next administration. Project 2025 Director Paul Dans, who was President Trump's White House liaison to the Office of Personnel Management, and his chief of staff, said President Trump is very bought in with Project 2025. So you have all these people testifying to you something, and Trump's telling you, no, I have no clue what that is. That means he's lying, and he's in public trying to present something that's not true. What does that mean? It means a lot of things, folks. Dan says Project 2025 is the instructional manual for a second Trump administration, and that it was constructed by many who came right out of the Trump administration. Kevin Roberts, president of the Heritage Foundation, sees Project 2025 as institutionalizing Trumpism. And of course, in that manifesto is on page, 900 something? Just Google it, just find the document. Well, of course, maybe they might not have it up anymore, but page 900 something was Sabbath laws It's coming, folks. Kevin Roberts, the new director of Project 2025 and the president of the Heritage Foundation, says he personally discussed Project 2025 with Trump. Checks and balances. Project 2025 specifically calls for the reinstatement of the Trump administration's Schedule F executive order, which will make it easier to fire civil servants and experts who do not politically align with President Trump and replace them with sycophants. So again, one side replacing the other, folks. That's what's happening. The good guys are not coming to save anybody because there's no good guys. There's one good guy. There's Jesus, and he's not coming yet. The false counterfeit, the false light has to take power first, and then Jesus will come. So you have to be aware of that. Project 2025 would overhaul the U.S. Department of Justice to allow the president to target political enemies with enforcement actions. Has this happened in history, folks? Come on now. Have these types of things happened in history before? Maybe in different directions, but have they happened? Of course they have. History repeats itself, and there's nothing new under the sun. Project 25 says that all litigation decisions must be made consistent with the president's agenda, even admitting that this will force attorneys into uncomfortable positions. Project 2025 vows to prosecute local officials, including district attorneys, for refusing to prosecute criminal offenses in their jurisdictions. And a criminal offense will be to break the Sunday law. And if somebody refuses to prosecute you for that, then they will be prosecuted. Do you understand how this works? The system is being set up for the worldwide implementation of the image, which will enforce the mark of the beast. It's the image that enforces the mark of the beast. It's the image that is given life and that compels people to take the mark. Do you understand? It's not the false prophet. The false prophet is the United States, but the United States is going to bring about the image. The image is a worldwide governmental system that pays homage to the first beast, which was a religio-political system, where the papacy was at the top, and you had all these little federations of nation-states ruled by their various kings, very authoritarian. Religion and politics was completely united. And of course, the Pope, as the God King, was over all the little lesser gods, was that system. That system is coming back into the forefront, except it's going to be worldwide, and that system is going to enforce the mark, which will be Sunday rest. This is from faithwire.com. More authentic image. Speaking of image of the beast. That's funny. Dallas Jenkins' response to Olympics chaos goes viral with stunning first look at Last Supper in The Chosen. Not this, but that. Not left, but right. Here they are, the chosen. The chosen to deceive you is what they are. With furor and debate still raging over the Olympics opening ceremony depicting what many have taken as a drag queen-driven mockery of the Last Supper, the Chosen creator Dallas Jenkins offered up his version of the biblical moment and left fans deeply encouraged. Of course, we talked about this whole Olympics shenanigans. It's just dark delight, folks. It's all by design. This is actually proof of it, and it's very quick that they did this. Here's the bad guys doing what they're doing. No, accept our image of the truth, which of course is a deception anyway. It's just false light. Jenkins posted a powerful image of Jesus and the disciples at the Last Supper, a photo recently captured while filming season 5 of the hit drama about Christ's life and ministry. Is this better than the Olympics imagery, he asked, with thousands of followers replying and liking the post. Among them was actor Jonathan Rumi, who portrays Jesus in the show. He responded emphatically, yes. There you go. See, this is just much better than that blasphemous, tranny time story hour mockery of the Last Supper, which was just such a debacle. Of course, all these things are designed to shock you and to want a solution, right? And so then you get presented with a seeming solution. Look at this. Seems noble and good and rational. This is, much more toned down, much more historically accurate. Okay, there you go. This is the real deal. Where, of course, this show is designed to deceive you and to make you go for lust of the eyes rather than reading scriptures with your mind's eye. This is the point. These people have figured out a winning formula, folks, to deceive you with living images. In the past, originally, this is a nice little tangent, but it'll make sense. There's nothing wrong with having pictures of Jesus. There isn't. There's nothing wrong with having illustrations of stories from the Bible. There's nothing wrong with those things. In fact, in the early church, very early on, people painted buildings with scenes from the Bible to give Christians a visual of what's going on. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think the original intention was good, but as with all things, especially once the church became institutionalized, the devil spins it away from the truth and turns it into a counterfeit, where now the Orthodox Church venerates icons and has all these superstitions and kisses them and puts flowers at icons and prays to the icons. That is idolatry. And the Catholic Church has statues, so pick your flavor of apostasy. Either way, it's turning the material into something. Oh, I have to have this little icon on my wallet, or otherwise I'm not going to be safe. Or I need to have this statue of Mary. I need to have this thing or whatever. These are deceptions. And of course, the final deception of that, the false sign and wonders that the false prophet especially is using, are these types of Jesuit Hollywood productions where you have living images. And by image, I mean like a statue. Instead of a statue of a saint, they have now recreated a moving picture that gets you involved with emotion and and this and that and story and this, where the Bible doesn't have these types of things. Like, for example, Passion of the Christ. In my End Time series, I have a whole episode, I think it's Counterfeit Spirit or Image of the Beast, one of the two, where we talk about the Passion of the Christ and how occult it is, how it's just programming you with Catholic dogma. And of course, Dallas Jenkins, he's all about the Catholics. He's a Mormon. I wouldn't be surprised if he was a secret society member. But ultimately, these people are all in the same club. And they have created a living image that you can get swept up in with these characters. And now you can go on the Hallow app and pray with Jonathan Rumi. And you can do the rosary with him. And, look, it's Jesus. Oh, no, wait a minute. He's the guy that plays Jesus. But anyway, this is just deceptions, folks. It's the false signs and wonders that are getting people to think with their emotions, with their eyes, rather than with their heart and with their mind's eye when they're reading scripture. You don't need these things. These things are distractions. And when you do these types of things like The Chosen, you have to be very, very careful. And of course, they aren't. Dallas Jenkins is a Mormon. And I think they have a Catholic on their advisory board, and they have like a Jew there, like a rabbi. Like, what could you possibly present that's biblically accurate of the gospel, of the true Jesus of the gospel, if you have three people that aren't in alignment with the gospel? It's just nonsense. Anyway, long story short, dark to light. This is from Mother Jones. Far-right influencers are turning against Trump's campaign. This is another interesting phenomenon that I'm observing, which is, again, if you understand dark to light and ping pong and where things are going, it's not only dark to light between the secular and the religious, right? So there's the obvious dark to light, which hopefully it's obvious to you by now, between the king of the north and the king of the south, meaning these atheists, liberals, the big bad evil, deep state, and, the Christian nationalists. That hopefully is an obvious dialectic to you now. But now I want you to refine your ears, grow a little bigger with those ears, be more sensitive, and realize that they're doing dark to light even within their own light, even within the false light movement. You have little dark to light schemes going on, and you're going to see what I mean by that as we read these articles. This is by Julianne McShane. It's recent. I think this is, August 18th, 2024. Far-right influencers are standing by their man, but not by his campaign. The Washington Post on Sunday detailed how several far-right figures with large online followings, including white supremacist Nick Fuentes and activist Laura Loomer and Candace Owens, have been stirring discord by publicly criticizing the Trump campaign, arguing that he needs a new leadership who will direct him to take the harder line stances on topics like race and immigration. Fuentes dined with Trump at Mar-a-Lago in 2022 and demonstrated how much influence he gained since his beginnings as a fringe YouTube star, as my former colleague Ali Breland reported. Just like last week, Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, called Fuentes a total loser. But Fuentes posted on X earlier this month, "We support Trump, but his campaign has been hijacked by the same consultants, lobbyists, and donors that he defeated in 2016, and they're blowing it. Without serious changes, we're headed for a catastrophic loss." So Nick Fuentes is very much worried that the Trump campaign is not radical enough, basically. The Post reported that 2 days before Fuentes' tweet, Laura Loomer, who has 1.2 million followers on the platform, said Trump surrogates looked weak on television, adding that the campaign needs to change fast because we can't talk about a stolen election for another 4 years. A year ago, Loomer posted a video to X with Trump from his Bedminster Golf Club in which he called her very special and said he appreciated her support. Very fascinating. These people, here they are. So it's funny because, some of them talk well about each other and some of them talk, like Vance called Nick Fuentes a total loser, but then, he called Trump a loser too, and now he's all about Trump. So it's just, they're all in the same club, folks. You have to understand this division and duality is all by design, and everybody has a specific segment of the market. Nick Fuentes is a very extreme segment. So his role is like, okay, let's like pieces on a chessboard, right? A pawn is limited to certain movements, forward or diagonal. A bishop can go on a strong diagonal, but he can't go straight. A rook can go straight. A knight can do like this little curve sneak move, to curve to the left or to the right or wherever it's going. The king can go one direction. The queen can go in all directions. Everybody has different moves. You have to understand that. And when you see this conflict and dualism and opposition and stuff, it's just, where is this leading? Where is the path of this thing going? That's what you have to ask yourself. Where is the path of this? It's not that these are blips and, oh my gosh, something's changing. Oh, something's happening. No, something's happening because it's moving in a direction. Where is the direction that this is moving? And the direction is, of course, the Bible tells you that direction. So tie it to that direction and fill in the gaps and see what's happening. Moving on. Then there's Candace Owens, who has 5.4 million followers on X, and who Trump previously hosted at the White House. She said on her podcast this week, I'm just not sure who is driving the MAGA bus anymore. So Candace Owens is not so sure about MAGA, which is very interesting. This is a very interesting phenomenon. Very, very interesting. Here's another one from Mediaite. Neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes goes to war with Candace Owens for anti-Semitic crown. Quote, she was coming for our thing. Neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes is not happy with former Daily Wire personality Candace Owens for coming for infringing on his turf and appealing to his anti-Semitic audience. So even between themselves, there seems to be infighting and disagreeing about who's the more extreme. After previously praising her for her descent into the fever swamp, Fuentes recently mused that he doesn't know how much I really even support what Candace is doing anymore because she's muddying the waters. She's muddying the waters. I had no problem, no complaint until one, she started getting a lot of the facts wrong, which really damages all of our credibility. Because you're already pushing a topic which is very taboo and very challenging for a lot of people to get behind. Yeah, remember those statistics at the very beginning of this where we looked at that widening gap of people that were, they're neutral. It's the gap of people that said we're strongly disagreeing. We're getting smaller and smaller. So now we have this wide gap of people that are neutral that we need to convince. So come on, we need to be consistent here in our messaging. And it's very complex and it's a very big issue. And so when you bring these arguments, you really need to know your stuff, said Fuentes. Owens has in recent days promoted various conspiracy theories about Jews and the Frankists, a cult founded by Jacob Frank in the 18th century. Fuentes takes exception with it because it does not place blame directly on the Jews. It's not true. This lie that occultists took over the religion and they're making the good Jews go bad is just a lie. It's just one among many other lies that you've heard before. People follow you and because they thought you're a serious critic of the Jews in Israel, and now you're steering them away from that. And saying, no, it's not the Jews, it's not the Talmudists, no, it's not the Kabbalists, no, it's actually the Frankists. Well, that's false, says Nick Fuentes. So Nick Fuentes is very upset that Candace is not sticking to the narrative that, hey, the Jews are the problem here. We need to get rid of them or convert them either way. She's coming for our thing, asserted Fuentes. We have people that are smart, truthful, courageous, willing to sacrifice, and then somebody comes along like she's God's gift to anti-Semitism, he complained. For her part, Owens has used her platform to issue warnings about a small ring of sinister Jews exercising power in Hollywood and Washington, among other anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. And so, of course, they're infighting with each other. And what is this all about? Well, we're going to watch some more stuff, but really quick, you have to understand things. What is the direction? Of course, they're both on the same side. Candace Owens initiated into Catholicism after roping in a bunch of people from her segment of the market. And I've covered that in a previous video. Voluntas Deus Catholica, watch that. She's initiated. Nick Fuentes is a militant Catholic. They're both on the same team, folks. So what's going on? Well, they're doing a little ping pong match between themselves. Because why? Because the Jews need to be converted. Do you get the point? Whenever they have these two people, they have the same audience of people. Do you understand? They have the same audience of conservative, Catholic, even Protestant, whatever, people who are conservative that are getting sucked into this Great Delusion. They're listening to both of these people. And now these people are going on the world stage and playing a little tennis match. No, the Jews, it's the Frankists that, no, that's actually all Jews are bad and this and so on and so forth. The Talmudists and the Kabbalists and so on, and they pass the ball one to each other. And in the process of this tennis match going back and forth, the people who are watching are getting programmed. They're getting programmed, and of course, eventually, the narrative is going to stabilize and it's going to be in one direction. Of course, that direction is that the Jews need to be converted. Remember, traditional dispensationalism is getting thrown under the bus. I've covered several videos now. Tucker Carlson, who's a big name, is starting to throw dispensationalism under the bus. Candace Owens has done that. I think maybe we'll watch the next video. I don't remember what it was, but I have a video for her. She's talked about dispensationalism and how, Schofield was in Darby were, plants and the Rothschilds and stuff. So now these things are coming to light. What that means is that dispensationalism has been swallowed by this NAR movement, by this religious nationalist movement. And as a result, the Jews, what's the Jewish question? What is the answer to the Jewish issue? Well, if you're a historicist, you realize that there is no Jewish revival. There is no third temple that needs to be rebuilt. There are Jews who will come to Christ throughout the church age, but not many. Most of them will die in their sins, because they rejected Jesus, and the traditions of their elders continued throughout these last 2,000 years. They're very antichrist. But if you're a futurist who was a dispensationalist, you believe that the Jews needed to be converted because of a 7-year tribulation where the church was raptured away. So the Jews had to endure all this suffering so they could finally come back to Christ. Mass Jewish revival. Well, now the rapture's being exposed as a farce, and Darby and Schofield are, exposed as Rothschild puppets and Jesuit pawns. Of course, they don't say Jesuits because they're both Catholic and they're never going to say that. But they're saying, oh, look, it's the Jews and the Rothschilds made all this stuff and so on and so forth. So now what do we do? Well, if there's no rapture, what do we do? Well, the church is here while the Jews are still here. That means we have to convert the Jews because there's a Jewish revival, right? And the Jews have to rebuild their temple. That means we have to convert the Jews somehow. This is the new narrative. And they are playing a ping pong match to get you to get more and more extreme. They're both on the same side. This is just fakery. It's fake illusion. Just like you see with Trump in Project 2025. Trump is saying, no, not me. I have no clue about this. And then Project 25 is saying, no, yes, you. Look, remember, we shared that bed together so many times. It was good for you. It wasn't good for me. Come on, don't lie. It's time to acknowledge that we're married. And of course, Trump doesn't want to admit that he's married, but he is married to Project 2025. So anyway, that's another can of worms. Let's watch Candace Owens and see what she has to say. I think this is a video about Schofield and Zionism. So you'll see for yourself what I mean.
The matter is that the Catholic Church was approached by Zionists, and it was approached by Theodore Herzl in Italy.
Oh, she tells you the truth, folks. Theodore Herzl did go to the Pope in the early 1900s, and 50 years later, you had a Zionist state of Israel. But of course, she's going to tell you the Catholic narrative, which is that Pope turned away the Jews and, so on and so forth.
The person that they credit with founding Israel, and he wanted the Catholic Church to support them taking over Israel. Now, this is before World War.
He also promised the Pope a mass conversion of Jews to Catholicism if he could get his wish.
War II, guys, we're talking about 1904. And the Catholic Church told Theodore Herzl to kick rocks. And that was a problem for the Christians. Were not going to support them taking over Israel. So they hatched up a plan. They said, well, if we can't get the Catholics to support us, we certainly can get the Protestants to support us. And they funded.
You see what they did? See what she did? Such a clever little Catholic operative.
I'm referring to Zionists, funded the Schofield Bible. Schofield himself was actually a horrible man. He was drunk. There was the story that
True.
You hear about him coming to an aha moment. No, he left his wife and kids and basically somehow landed in Dallas, where he met some Freemasons. They introduced him to Sam Untermeyer, a very who's known, I guess, most notoriously for blackmailing Woodrow Wilson in order for him to have the Supreme Court Justice, Louis Brandeis. He's basically said he blackmailed Woodrow Wilson to get Louis Brandeis the Supreme Court nomination. And Samuel Untermeyer allowed this guy, Schofield, entry into the Lotus Club. Lotus Club was a remarkably Jewish club in New York City. The majority of the club was Jewish people supporting the Zionist cause. Out of nowhere, this poor guy, this poor pastor, suddenly has enough money to go be funded overseas, and he meets their friends who are running the Oxford University Press, and they give him a book deal before the book is even written. And he's going to do notations on a Bible. And then he spent some time in Switzerland at the same time that the Zionist Congress was held in Switzerland. And suddenly, it took him just a couple of years after shaking hands with the Oxford University Press, a man that had no experience, he wasn't even a university grad, had no professional background, gets a book deal so massive that suddenly they begin printing this Bible, which featured, just as John Rich said, notations. Supposed to believe Schofield wrote that. How long would it take you if you had to put notes for every verse in the Bible? How quickly could you do that? It's amazing how quickly he did it. And suddenly, because it was funded by Zionists, it became a Bible that was the most massive in print. That's the story of the Schofield Bible. That's the real hidden story of the Schofield Bible, John.
It's not the real story.
Rich is not lying. I've never spoken to John Rich about this. And I am not lying to you, okay? I am not lying to you. And what
You're not lying, but you are withholding the truth, my dear.
they decided to do there was to boil the frog, was to take the King James version of the Bible and to essentially just put notations of how people should read. So a word removed here, a word removed there. And the next thing you know, guys, you wouldn't believe this, but Christian Zionism was born. That's it. That's the truth. That is the reality. That is how Christian Zionism was born in America. It is credited with the Schofield Bible. And that is a problem for me. It's a problem for me when I look up and I see people who I know are wonderful people, who I know love the Lord, and who stop themselves short, who will argue pro-life all day, but will stop themselves if the matter pertains to Israel. I now make the joke that, quite literally, I think Israel could do anything. Anything. And Christian Zionists would just say, oh, but God will bless those who bless Israel. Look at this article. I'm showing you this article, by the way. They just were able to pull it up here. It was in CBS News, pertaining to the pedophiles. Do you have that to pull up, guys? Oh, you have the info here. Yeah, about in CBS News about how we are not allowed to get back our pedophiles. And if you speak to Christian Zionists, they will not say anything about that. And so I wanted to open that discussion because there are a lot of reasons that the Catholic Church decided not to support Israel becoming a state. And again, this predates
That is a lie.
World War I and predates World War II. And there was a lot of reasons that I feel that the Catholic Church has been holding the candle in every single way, holding the candles, holding on to history, and inviting Christians to learn about their own history, inviting Christians to learn even about how Israel became a state, because the wheels were set in motion long before World War II, okay? The wheels were set.
Oh, yes, they were. We'll review those wheels really quick.
In motion by Moses Montefiore and James Churchill back in 1840. After a Catholic father went missing, okay, in Damascus. That is the reality. That is just the truth. And if I have to be the only person who has a platform with the courage to say it, then so be it, okay? I don't serve politicians. I don't serve AIPAC. I don't serve money. It is a sin to have that perspective, to be fearful of bad headlines. And it makes me call into question, do you really believe in Christianity? Do you really submit yourself to Christ? If all you care about is the moment now, the money, the good headlines, if all you care about is the job and the career, then it sounds to me like all you believe in is this life. The truth of the matter is,
Oh, my goodness, Candace, if you only had the courage to tell the full truth. Yes, it is important to know your history, folks, But what Candace Owens doesn't tell you, probably she does know, maybe she doesn't know, but either way, she is not telling you that Zionism actually began with Napoleon. If you do know your history, which I do cover it in my French Revolution episode and in my Great Delusion series, I cover it in several places. First off, actually, let's go even before that, with the Jesuits who developed the modern dispensationalist view of the Third Temple and the revival of the Jews and all of this Jewish-focused stuff that had no place for 1,500 years in church history because not a single person ever considered that the Jews would ever come back to their promised land or that they were the chosen people or anything else. Even the Catholics didn't even think that. But something changed to make the Catholics want to promote that idea to the world. Something changed. What could that be, I wonder? Well, it was the Reformation. The Reformation exposed the Catholic Church as the beast. Of course, the Reformers didn't have the entire perspective of history or the internet, so they got a couple things wrong, but they were right in identifying the Catholic Church as the beast. And today, with the luxury of the corridor of time, we can confirm that by looking at history and everything else. We have the internet as a very valuable tool. But the Catholic Church is the beast, and that was a real problem for the Catholic Church. So suddenly we need to do something. We need to, well, it's not a spiritual temple that the man of sin is, proclaiming himself to be God. It's going to be a physical temple, and it's going to be an antichrist. So the physical temple has to be rebuilt in Jerusalem. Well, now the Jews are important again. Dang it. Now we need to figure out something with the Jews. And that's how it happened. And you have a man named, there's three of them, but one of them is Manuel Lacunza, who was a Jesuit, and who wrote all of these things. A lot of them perfected it, but he wrote a book on the return of Christ and with all of these twistings of the Word of God, that there's going to be a physical temple, that there's a Jewish revival, 7-year tribulation, yada, 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 all of the things that you know about dispensationalism. He wrote that book. That book arrived in England somehow. It arrived in the hands of a man named Irving, who was the founder of the modern charismatic movement, which is now fused back with dispensationalism, interestingly enough. But Irving was in the Plymouth Brethren with Darby, and Irving loved the Jesuits' book so much, which, by the way, that Jesuit Manuel Lacunza, he wrote it under a Jewish pen name. Rabbi Ben Ezra, or Yosef Ben Ezra or something, I forget the name, but he wrote it under a Jewish pen name. Why, I wonder, would Jesuits pretend to be Jews when they're doing what they're doing? That's a really interesting thing. So there's that. He wrote that book, and Irving was just so enamored with this idea that he translated it into English. And that made its rounds through the Plymouth Brethren. Everybody started talking about it. And of course, lo and behold, pretty soon you had dispensational thought being infiltrating, America and Europe and the rest of the world. The rest is history, as they say. And of course, you also have the Rothschilds, which she does mention Oxford Press. She doesn't mention the Rothschilds were behind it. But if she did mention the Rothschilds, I think she would refrain from mentioning that the Rothschilds were propped up by the Jesuits during the French Revolution as an illicit banking arm, because the Jesuits were banned by the Pope. And so they needed to do something with all the money they made from their 150 years of running communism in the South America regimes that they had through their reductions, if you know anything about that. The communist reductions were basically, they were theocratic states where the Jesuits were worshipped as gods by these poor native people that shared everything they had. They were apportioned. It was basically communism that they practiced for 150 years, and they used that system to not only practice what they later created through the French Revolution as an opposition to the Catholic Church, as a false opposition, but they also made a lot of money. They made a lot of money in those 150 years of pillaging those poor people. And so when they were banned, they had to do something with it. So they found the Rothschilds, which, of course, Rothschild in German means red shield, which is a symbol of the Roman Empire. And even today, if you look in the Jewish encyclopedia or anywhere else you want, the Rothschilds are still the guardians of the papal treasure, which nobody seems to figure out because they stop at the layer of the Jews. They say, oh, the Rothschilds are the Jews. There you go. The Jews are ruling the world. They're going to take over the world with their Kabbalah magic. And it's going to be, everybody's going to have to be decapitated by the, the Noahide laws. And it's going to be a Zionist state. No, it's not, folks. No, it's not. The Jews are going to be converted. The Jews work for the snake. And the snake has chosen out of all the Antichrist vehicles that he has, Zionism, Satanism, New Age, paganism, Catholicism, you name it, all of the countless threads that the devil has woven. What the Bible tells you is that he has chosen the Catholic Church through the man of sin, the papacy, as his God King, to be the actualizing anchor for all of these threads, for the mystery religion of the ages, which all of these people are part of, to come to the forefront and manifest in a religio-political manifestation. Mystery Babylon, the mystery religion of the ages, mother of abominations throughout history, and in the church age, mother of harlots, i.e. denominations like various religions, which of course fits perfectly with the Catholic Church. And I have a whole series on that if you have never heard that before. But either way, these are facts, folks. And so now we go back to Napoleon. Napoleon, who was part of the French Revolution, which was fomented by the Jesuits. People who know their history know that the Jesuits had a major hand in playing the French Revolution and getting that started. Napoleon was basically their man. And Napoleon was a false messiah for the Jews. Messiah in the sense like he appealed to their nationalistic tendencies for 1,500 years or more. But of course, Napoleon was around late 1700s. But let's say for 1,700 years, the Jews were nothing. They were just a ragtag group of travelers that were expelled from various countries. There was no national. They were always nationalists, but they didn't have any real promise of actually having a nation again. Well, Napoleon, most people don't know, was intending to proclaim a state of Israel in the 1800s, very early 1800s. And he got stopped by Britain, which of course they were probably competing Freemason secret societies against each other. They stopped him from doing so, but he was intending to proclaim a state of Israel. So the Jesuits did not waste any time, is the point. From the moment that they wrote all of these counter narratives to deceive people with Bible prophecy, no, it's not us. We're not the beast. It's going to happen in the future. From that moment, they did not waste any time. 100, 200 years later, they were already ready to begin the Zionist state of Israel. And of course, they failed. They failed, and 100 years went by, 120 years. Then Britain was subsumed by the Rothschilds. And then Britain played along with World War II and everything else, and the Declaration of Balfour and all the other things that you know about history. But most people don't go beyond that. You don't go beyond the Balfour Agreement. You don't go beyond Theodor Herzl. You got to go beyond Theodor Herzl to Moses Hess, and before Moses Hess to other things, like with Napoleon. Then before Napoleon, what happened? Well, the French Revolution and the Jesuits and the Reformation. You have to understand the head of the snake, and if you don't go to the head of the snake, people like Candace Owens, who are charming and who give you some facts that are true, are very easy. It's very easy to be deceived by them because she does give you the truth. Look, a counterfeit is a counterfeit because it's very close to the truth. Do you understand? Having good discernment is not knowing right from wrong. It's knowing right from almost right. Candace is almost right, but it's that little bit of difference. It's that little bit of difference, folks, that makes all the difference. If I give you 2 cups of water and one of them has a drop of poison in it, they both look the same. They both smell the same. But you know what? They might even taste the same, but that poison is going to kill you. That little drop, that difference, that tiny little difference is going to be the one that kills you. This is the same thing. She's almost right. And the difference is what? The difference is that she steers the problems to the Protestants, to, Protestant Reformation, to all this stuff, to the Jews maybe. Whereas the truth, if you use the Bible and history, points you to the same person, which is the snake. The snake, which is the Catholic Church, and of course the papacy and the Jesuits. All of these things are very well documented, but it's that little bit of difference that she omits, probably very strategically because she's a smart person. Or, maybe she doesn't know. Who knows? I'm inclined to believe that she does know, and she's just choosing to omit it because that's the narrative. Put the attention on the bad guy. Give you some truth now. Now we can throw dispensationalism under the bus. We don't need it anymore. We need to hurry this up. We need to get people to convert the Jews. We need to divorce Christian nationalism from Zionism. This is what's happening. And so you're going to see you're going to see more and more videos like this because the Jews need to be converted. There needs to be a conversion in the Middle East. So anyway, a little bit of a narrative, but here's some things to remember about Candace. Make America Great Again. She's got her little tip of the spear secret society typical hand sign. Look, if you saw people on the other side doing this, and you would say, well, they're part of the secret society, but for some reason, when she's doing it, she's dressed in white and she's got her little, hand signs. Oh no, that doesn't mean anything. A revolution is brewing. This is, of course, from 2019, I think. No, 2018. Charlie Kirk as well. He's in on it. Rising Republican Party influencers got their start at a talent agency run by Israeli pornographer. So as much as Candace Owens is harping on the Jews, she got her start at a talent agency run by an Israeli pornographer. Same club, folks, just like that Edwin Burke Foundation. Here's Candace Owens, number 1, who began producing professional conservative content months after launching her Explore Talent profile in 2017. Just like the Edwin Burke Foundation, who is mostly Zionist Jews, is leading and supporting these conservative conferences that are talking about Christian nationalism. It's all the same club, folks. The duality and the conflict in the tennis match that you see is all just an illusion, which is just disgusting. It's so disgusting that these things are... Here's another picture from Twitter. Of course, you've seen this before. Recently, I made the decision to go home. This is her conversion. She thinks that God led her to the truth. But look at these pictures. I mean, look, this is 2 pillars, checkered floor, triangular-looking light that she's walking towards. I mean, come on, folks. You know what's going on here. This is an initiation ceremony. On the surface, it seems like she's Catholic, but there's more to the story. Why would she do this? This is very occult. And of course, if you know anything about these things, they say one thing on the surface, whereas on the background, there's a different story. Oh, here we go. This is a video as an example of the people that are being deceived with all this dispensationalist stuff. They're getting thrown under the bus. They're easy fodder now for all these Christian nationalists, religious nationalists. Let's see what it says.
Kamala is the name of a Hindu goddess from Mesopotamia. Kamala is one of the female offsprings of this devil right here, and he is one of the 3 primary forms of Devi. Kamala of Devi, the laughing goddess. And that's next on the trumpet. She was born in 1964, and this is what year it is now, the year of the dragon. The harlot of Babylon is here. The laughing goddess. Revelation chapter 17. The woman was dressed in purple and scarlet and was glittered with gold, precious stones and pearls. She held a golden cup in her hand, filled with abominable things and the filth of her adulteries. So this has been in the works for quite some time. Purple, gold.
This is an example of how not to interpret the book of Revelation.
Pearls, 6 buttons on each sleeve, laughing with a golden cup in her hand. The word of God. That one.
What does putting your hand on a Bible, of course, this is probably not a Bible, but let's say it was a Bible. That's not a golden cup in your hand, folks. Ah, Lord.
You can read all about the beast that put her into power after he served for exactly 42 months. And that matches the book of Revelation perfectly.
No, it doesn't.
Daniel chapter 12. The man clothed in linen, who was above the waters of the river, lifted his right hand and his left hand towards heaven. And I heard him swear by him who lives forever, saying, I will be for a time, times, and half a time, when the power of the holy people has been finally broken. All these things will be completed. And that fancy talk for times and half a time, that means 42 months right here.
Yeah, but prophetic months and prophetic days are not literal months and literal days.
This is what time I woke up this morning.
Oh, there you go, numerology.
And I go by Ezekiel 33:3. And that scripture says that when I see the sword fall upon the land, I'll blow the trumpet and warn the people, so I can follow the trumpet for more.
Do you not think the demons are waking you up at the witching hour, which is 3 a.m, which is supposed to be the opposite of when Jesus died at 3 p.m? It's an inversion. So demons are waking you up so that you can look at your phone and they know that you're very easily deceived by numerology and false signs and say, look, it's 3:33. Go look up that verse. The devil knows the word of God very well. So he's waking you up at an opportune time, so you look at it and it confirms you even more and more solidly into delusion. This is delusion, folks.
And in Jesus' name, have a blessed day.
Oh, have a blessed day, please, and learn to read the Bible and to interpret. Even if you had, people ask me about translations. Look, folks, get yourself a nice literal translation to read, like the NASB, the ESV, the KJV, even if you like Old English, I don't care. But it's not about the translation. Even if you had a perfect understanding of Koine Greek, or if you had the unadulterated original scriptures that were written in Paleo-Hebrew and you knew how to speak Paleo-Hebrew perfectly, you would still have to interpret what you're reading. Do you understand? Did the Pharisees interpret correctly what they read in the scriptures and what they knew and what they reviewed every single day? No, they didn't. And yet they were the most learned of all the people. And they interpreted very incorrectly. And so this is the problem, folks. It's not about the translation. It's about learning to read and interpret and make a case for your beliefs based on what you see. This is a perfect example of how not to read the book of Revelation. These people who are dispensationalists, and even some of them maybe like Christian, nationalists or religious nationalists that basically believe that, oh, look, Kamala Harris is the Mystery Babylon. You're telling me Mystery Babylon, the woman that John saw that represents the mystery religion of the ages, thousands and thousands of years of mystery cult worship, is Kamala Harris. Oh God, it's hard for me to have compassion when I see such ignorance. It really is. I'm trying, but ultimately it's so I'm not going to say it. It's so wrong. It's so ignorant. It's really foolish. It really is, folks. It's really foolish. The mystery religion, the mystery Babylon that John saw is not a person. It's not a woman, not an actual woman. It's an image of a system, of a spiritual entity, of a system that's coming to power and manifesting in the world after being around for thousands and thousands of years. The spirit of Antichrist coming to the forefront. What does that spirit represent? Well, it represents being the mother of all abominations, being the mother of all harlots, of all the denominations of the church age, because a prostitute in the church age refers to an apostate church, because you have the virgin, which is the bride of Christ, and then you have a prostitute, which is the opposite of that. So the mother of prostitutes means she has to be the mother of denominations. There's only one candidate for that, and that's the Catholic Church. Also, Mystery Babylon is an empire. It's a power. You can read that through the rest of Revelation, and we do in the End Time series. It's a mercantile power, meaning it's got access to the seas and ports. It's a system. Of course, only one city qualifies. It's not Jerusalem, but it's Rome. Rome has been the mercantile port of the world for the last 2,000 years. Rome has ruled the world. And it will rule the world until Jesus returns. Rome is the capital. So get your history right, get your Bible prophecy right, but this is an example. This is what these people believe. So when we are voting Trump in, and we're conquering the deep state, and we're going against Kamala, who is Mystery Babylon, we are fulfilling God's will. Do you really think, this just blows my mind. Do you really think the devil is that stupid? To where you could sit there and say, oh, look, it's Kamala. She's the Mystery Babylon, and we're going to vote her out of office. Do you really think that Mystery Babylon, the image that John saw, and he marveled greatly at this image when he saw it. John, who was literally right next to Christ all the time, he marveled greatly at what he saw. That image is a real person that you can vote out of office. And then that's it. There goes Mystery Babylon. Really? Come on now. I mean, just come on. Really? Just blows my mind. It really does. Anyway, just thought I'd show you that to show you the nonsense that these people believe. This is the Great Delusion, folks. And imagine when Trump makes it to office and Kamala's been voted out. Imagine when all this deep state stuff is exposed and it's done away with, and we've done away with Babylon. Babylon has fallen. No, Babylon is rising, folks. Babylon is rising. It's not falling. It's rising. It's coming back into power. She's going to have her heyday very soon. And people are going to take it gladly because they think that Babylon has been conquered. This is a couple articles about Robert Kennedy, which again just goes back to the stuff we've talked about with J.D. Vance and the hypocrisy of these people. I hope you're seeing that everybody's on the same side here, folks. It's just a constant Jesuit theater. Robert Kennedy says he is suspending his campaign and endorsing Trump. The scion of one of the most famous Democratic families had attracted voters dismayed with a Trump-Biden rematch, but Biden's exit and Harris nomination upended his race. Like I said, all of these people are just Judas goats. They have their sector of the market, and then they do their job until there's critical mass, and then they convert to whatever the agenda is happening. Kennedy is endorsing Trump, even though Kennedy and Trump were at odds with each other. As you can see, hopefully I've highlighted some of these quotes. One of these has a quote. Here it is, maybe. Here we go. Yeah, Trump renews praise for COVID vaccines, one of the greatest achievements of mankind. So, Kennedy was all about, and big pharma being, evil and anti-vaccine and stuff like that. Well, Trump recently bragged about his jib-jab. Former President Donald Trump praised the efficacy of the coronavirus vaccines in a new interview just days after being booed by an audience for revealing he received a COVID booster shot, which I doubt he got. But anyway, he says the vaccine is one of the greatest achievements of mankind. Trump told conservative commentator Candace Owens in an interview on Wednesday. Of course, this is, I think, from 2021 or 2022, but while Trump has expressed opposition to vaccine mandates, he has long taken credit for the vaccines developed on his watch. I came up with a vaccine, with 3 vaccines that are all very, very good. He said in an interview referring to the Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson shots, which of course they're all clot shots and designed to kill you, and there's so much that's come out on that in the last 4 years, but Trump is all about it. And he refuses to recant of these feelings in the modern day, and yet Kennedy, who is all against Big Pharma, all against the clot shots, is now endorsing Trump. So go figure how that works. Here's a post from Dan Bongino on X. When a lifelong Democrat from an iconic Democrat family who tried to run as a Democrat and whose running mate was a Democrat warns you about the dangers of voting for the Democrat in this election, you should probably listen. Do you understand what they're doing? Do you see through this nonsense? Through this ping pong match? How they do these Judas goats in various sectors of the market? JFK was the guy that is in that, appealing to that middle crowd, that middle bracket of people who need to be influenced. Not to the extremists. Trump already has the extremists, but you need people to be, come along, come on now. It's a bell curve, like anything else. It's called the bell curve of adoption. You have the early adopters that are fanatics, then you have the late adopters, which have to be worked on through culture. So people like Candace Owens, Russell Brand, JFK Jr., or whatever, RFK Jr., whatever his name is, they all have sectors of the market that they work on. And then when it's critical mass, right after Trump's event in July, now it's, the home stretch. Okay, well, time to endorse Trump, bring everybody that was with me. Now my testimony as a Democrat, quote unquote, as from an iconic Democratic family who tried to run as a Democrat, whose running mate was a Democrat, and who's warning you about the dangers of a Democrat. Now I'm endorsing Trump. So you got to listen to me. There must be something good about Trump, that if it's coming from me, who is a Democrat, this is the way it goes, folks. This has 4 million views on Dan Bongino. And of course, if you look into this, like some other articles, this is RFK Jr. dismisses Trump as unhinged after being called a Democratic plant. This is just from 3 months ago. Trump's rant against me is barely coherent, says independent White House hopeful, and challenges ex-president to a debate. RFK has dismissed Donald Trump as unhinged after social media tirade from the former Republican president accused the independent White House hopeful of being a Democratic plant and a wasted protest vote. When frightened men take social media, they risk descending into vitriol, which makes them sound unhinged, Kennedy wrote on Saturday on an X post that doubled as a debate challenge. President Trump's rant against me is barely coherent. It's a barely coherent barrage of wild and inaccurate claims that should be best resolved in the American tradition of presidential debate. RFK is a Democrat plant, Trump wrote. a vote for Junior would be essentially a wasted protest vote that could swing either way, but would only swing against Democrats if Republicans knew the true story about him. So they're brandishing their swords at each other, and now they're hugging literally a couple months later when they've both had things to say about each other that are not pleasing whatsoever. RFK has a fundamental disagreement with Trump when it comes to health, which is a very important platform that he was running on. And yet now he's embracing him. Two kings working mischief. Look at them. There they are, shaking hands. Oh my gosh. And they're just so happy and elated. Let's read about it. This is from August 26th. Former president and presidential candidate RFK, who suspended his campaign on Friday and endorsed Republican nominee Donald Trump, has a long history of criticizing the man he now supports, including calling Trump a threat to democracy and, as recently as July, a terrible president. For years, Kennedy has repeatedly condemned Trump, referring to him as a bully who appealed to bigotry, hatred, xenophobia, and prejudice. Among the chief attacks Kennedy has leveled at Trump through the 2024 campaign is to accuse him of corruption for turning his administration over to corporate lobbyists and special interests and failing to drain the swamp as he'd promised. But on Friday, Kennedy was full of praise for Trump, saying that while he and the former president don't agree on everything, they do share similar isolationist views on U.S. foreign policy, government censorship, and the need to address chronic disease in America. Yeah, really? When Trump is bragging about one of the things that is causing a lot of chronic disease? Come on now. Don't you want a president who's going to protect America's freedom? Here comes the rhetoric. And is going to protect us from totalitarianism? Kennedy said at a Trump campaign event in Glendale, Arizona, as part of his endorsement. Trump is part of the Project 2025 totalitarian government. Don't choose blue, choose red. For his part, Trump has a history of disparaging Kennedy, calling him the dumbest member of the Kennedy clan and Democratic plant and radical left liberal in posts on Truth Social. But on Friday, Trump had only nice things to say about Kennedy, calling him an incredible champion for so many of these values that we all share. Never one to forget a slight, though. Trump did note on Friday Kennedy also went after me a couple of times. I didn't like it. On Sunday, Kennedy tweeted that Trump's slogan, Make America Great Again, recalled a nation brimming with vitality, with a can-do spirit, with hope and a belief in itself. Ugh, I hate politics. I hate politics. They're just lying and liars, and they are liars, pants on fire. Always lying, always hypocritical. And to end on that note, here's a note on the Alfred E. Smith Memorial Foundation dinner. As of the time of this video, this hasn't happened yet. It's going to happen in like a month or two. But what is this dinner? And you'll see some pictures for it because I saw somebody post this and I was like, this will be good. The Alfred E. Smith Memorial Foundation Dinner, commonly known as the Al Smith Dinner, is an annual white tie dinner in New York City to raise funds for Catholic charities supporting children of various needs in the Archdiocese of New York. Held at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel on the third Thursday of October, it is hosted by the Archbishop of New York. It is organized by the Alfred E. Smith Memorial Foundation in honor of Al Smith, who grew up in poverty and later became the governor of New York 4 times, and the first Catholic nominated as the Democratic candidate for the 1928 state's presidential election. Cardinal Francis Spellman founded and hosted the first dinner in 1945 after Smith's death the previous year. By 1960, the Al Smith Dinner had become a ritual of American politics. In the words of Theodore H. White, it is generally the last event at which the two U.S. presidential candidates share a stage before the election. That's right. The two opposites are integrating with their source, their puppet master. Apart from presidential candidates, keynote speakers have included Tony Blair, Tony Brokaw, Bob Hope, Henry Kissinger, Claire Booth Luce, and many other prominent civic, business, and church leaders. That's right. So right before the big show, we all kind of get together and have some fun and remember who is the boss. Here's a picture of Trump and Clinton. There, look at them having so much fun. And who's in the middle? I don't know who this cardinal is, but he's probably the Archbishop he's a cardinal, but some authority in New York, maybe in the diocese, who knows. But there's Trump and Clinton having fun. Who's in the middle? The Catholic authority. They're just rubbing elbows and, oh my gosh, it's such a good time. There's Kennedy and Nixon. Who's in the middle? Their puppet master. There's Bush and, what's his name? Al Gore. Right in the middle. Oh, they're shaking hands, smiling. Everybody's having a good time, dressed up nice. Oh, there's, what's his name? Obama and Mitt Romney. and having fun and just laughing. And oh, they're so jovial when they're in these things, which tells you everything about everything, folks. It tells you everything that you need to know, because it's two kings at one table. The Bible told you that a long time ago. The book of Daniel says that. And of course, these dualities are just deceptions. So, boy, that was quite a lot of things to look at. Conclusion: religious nationalism, belief in the NAR Seven Mountain Mandate is rising, folks. That's statistically significant. Meanwhile, all this stuff is happening with dark to light, and it's getting more and more prevalent. Even within their own movements, they're doing these little opposing dualities to get people to be more and more extreme in their thinking, because they need to move the agenda along to a very extremist end. The world has to marvel after the beast and take its mark. That's a very extreme position. So you need to do a lot of these little dark to lights constantly, even within your own movement, to condition and train people in a very quick time frame. The NAR, which is New Apostolic Reformation, is not a national thing, but a worldwide phenomenon. Look at the NAR in Africa, for example. The Africa is just totally infested with NAR. A lot of these poor countries, these poor people they're so susceptible to prosperity teaching and NAR and all this charismatic stuff, because they have a very rich tradition of superstition, right? With Africa, with voodoo and things like that, and demonic activity. So, I mean, it's no wonder. I feel bad, because there's so many people are deceived. These poor people are poor, they're physically poor, and they're poor in spirit, in the sense that they have all these traditions that they're frightened by. And so these counterfeit apostles come and they present themselves as the solution. Of course, it began in the United States, because the United States is the false prophet exporting the false signs and wonders to the world. But it will go throughout the world, and of course, eventually there will be a charismatic revival in the Middle East. It's proof that America is the false prophet, deceiving the world into accepting the image of the beast, which will be a religious nationalist system throughout the world, and all of it is going to pay homage to the beast. Of course, we also know that Trump lies about everything, that he's completely a politician, and he just lies and lies about Project 2025, about this whole thing with Kennedy. All these things are just deceptions, folks. It's false dualities. Project 2025 is going to happen. Whether you want it to happen or not, it's going to happen. You need to realize that they're all in the same club, that Project 25 is a Catholic endeavor to position America as the false prophet in a position to make the rest of the world come along into this system. Vance is converted to Catholic, and then now he's in the limelight. He wasn't a Catholic, and in 2019, I think he converted. And now he's gotten all this praise, and Peter Thiel or whatever his name is all about him and promoting. Of course, Peter Thiel is all about the predictive crime, and he's a billionaire and all. He's establishment. So Vance is owned by the puppet masters, and he's a militant Catholic, and he's surrounded by militant Catholics, and he's lovey-lovey with what's his name, Kevin, whatever, the president or CEO of the Heritage Foundation, who is a militant Catholic too. They're all in the same club. Trump and Vance have deep ties to Project 2025. And now they're acting like there's nothing in common, which of course is a lie. It's a straight up lie. Trump also praises the death shots that he created in Big Pharma, and he's owned by Big Pharma. And yet he is now reconciling with somebody who has made it their life's work to stand against Big Pharma. It doesn't make any sense unless both of them are on the same team in the shadows, in the secret, and they're working the same agenda, just from opposing perspectives to give you the illusion of duality. And now, well, I guess if RFK is endorsing Trump, I might as well vote for Trump. This is what they do. RFK was never going to actually run for president. He was just there to get people stirred up who didn't like Trump. And then now, after the quote-unquote assassination attempt, where Trump has a little more pity from everybody, now RFK supports Trump, and it's perfect time to migrate his audience over to supporting Trump. All these things are timed perfectly, folks. It's all perfect. And of course, meanwhile, you have people like Candace Owens exposing to you half-truths of dispensationalism, throwing dispensationalism under the bus, because Christian Zionism needs to transform into more active Christian nationalism, religious nationalism. We got to convert the Jews. The Jews are the problem. Of course, this is what it is. And of course, these people are now fighting, like with Nick Fuentes, about who's the more anti-Jewish one. And meanwhile, people are watching the tennis match go ping pong, ping pong. Well, I guess, maybe Nick Fuentes is right. Maybe Candace Owens is getting weak. And of course, Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens are both commenting on Trump's campaign. Oh, they're not strong enough in their, basically extremism. So it's just, these are all designed to either push you or pull you, push, pull, go this way. No, go that way. No, go. You can't stay on the narrow road. Just get to the left or to the right somewhere. Get in this ping pong match so you can be manipulated. This is what's happening right now. So that's it for part 1. Let's go to part 2, Church and State as a False Dialectic. All right, well, welcome to part 2. I wanted to make a distinct part for this discussion on church and state. And hopefully it'll arm you with some principles, with some discernment in how to approach this discussion with the people in your circle. Because it's getting more and more prevalent in culture, the church and state debate. What do you think? What do you think about the church? What do you think about the state? Which one should do which? And it's a false dialectic. It really is. It's a false dialectic. It's invented by design to deceive you into it's a very subtle sleight of hand, as usual, right? The snake is the most subtle being that God ever created. It's a very subtle deception. And that's what I want to explore in this particular section. Of course, I've talked about religious nationalism and the dangers of it. And in my end time series with the Catholic beast, the Catholic papacy as the beast and so on. And of course, the Venerable Day of the Sun videos that I do are designed to cover the momentum as we move towards that final reality. But it's important to understand, just like with Christian nationalism ropes you into a dialectic, right? What's the issue with Christian nationalism? Well, the issue is that you're either for Christian nationalism or against it. If you're against Christian nationalism, then you must be against Christianity. Well, wait a minute. There's nothing Christian about Christian nationalism. That's why I call it religious nationalism. So I extricate myself out of the dialectic by calling it religious nationalism and exposing it for what it is. It's religion and it's nationalism. It's not Christian at all. But if you accept the term Christian nationalism, then you're now accepting that if you're against it, then you're saying, well, you're against something that's Christian. You see the dialectic that it forces you into? As opposed to the truth, which is this is religion. This is religious nationalism. There's no dialectic there. It's just the truth. But if it's Christian nationalism, because the word Christian and nationalism don't belong together. So by creating a term that shouldn't exist, you now create a duality. Do you see the point? Those who are against Christian and Christian nationalism are against Christ. Because the word Christ has been associated to this movement. And it's not. It's not Christ-like at all. Christ never advocated the union of church and state, which we'll look at an example, the perfect teaching on church and state from Christ himself. But this is the dialectic. So just like with the whole Christian nationalism thing, you need to realize that there's a sleight of hand that the enemy does with this whole church and state debate thing. If you're against Christian nationalism, it makes you seem that you are against other Christians, which is not true. Christianity is how you are. It's a state of being. It's not what you do. Religious nationalism, religion, is what you do. It's the opposite. Christianity teaches that you must be born again and receive a new state of being, a new life, a new creation. That is not under your control, but when it does happen, you have, as a result, new actions, new beliefs, new desires. So it is the state of being that leads to new doing. Not doing that achieves the state of being. That's religion. That's slavery, because you can never achieve a new state of being through doing. That's what the devil's version of salvation is. You'll never get there. It's a constant chase. It's a rat race. But this is religion, so it's the opposite. So Christian nationalism, which nationalism is all about doing things to achieve the result, otherwise God's will might not be done, is completely antichrist. Now, when people discuss this idea of church and state, they're doing something very clever. And you have to notice it. If you don't immediately cut the cord of the assumption and you accept the terminology that they present you, you are accepting the poison. And as a result, you enter the dialectic. When they say church and state, the church and state debate, church and state this, church and state that, what are they doing? They are actually putting the church and the state on equal grounds. Do you understand? They're putting the church and the state in the same category. They are both in the same thing, meaning they're both institutions. The state is an institution. Therefore, if you're going to describe the church in parallel to the state and have a debate about which one should do what and how much, you're basically trying to compare two institutions. However, the real church is not an institution, and this is the deception. It's called a logical fallacy because it commits a category error. It's just a type of error in debating where you're basically putting something in a category that doesn't belong. The church is not an institution. The idea that the church is an institution is a Catholic idea because the Catholic Church is the counterfeit that has created all the other denominations and counterfeits. The church and state do not belong in comparison with one another. They don't. It's like comparing apples to oranges, or even better, apples to car keys. They literally have nothing to do with each other. Completely two different categories. One you use to start your car, the other one you can eat or put in a shake or whatever else. Two different things, folks. But if you accept that they are comparable, it's like saying, well, I can start my car with the apple. Doesn't make any sense. But this is the nonsense that you accept if you accept the term church and state. There's no church and state debate. The church has a completely different route than the state does. They are two completely different things. One is an institution, the state. The other one is a relationship. It's a relationship with Christ. And that relationship, from our perspective, is through Jesus, centralized, spiritual, and with one another, fellowship. Where two or more are gathered, there I am. From Christ's perspective, everything is centralized to him. He's the head of the church. There's no institution. There are places you can go and meet. You can go in somebody's house. You can go outside. You can go to a building that you call a church. That's not wrong. However, that doesn't mean that that's the church. The church is the invisible matrix of people within. So you have things that are like denominations, buildings, administrative type of roles, policies, relationship to government. What level of authority over people's lives should the church have? Remember those initial articles that talked about the church should have veto power, or, only, Christians should have citizenship? Like, these are meaningless dialectics. They're designed to train you to accept that the church must be an institution. Do you see the deception? I hope you do. I really hope I'm explaining this, because the true church is not an institution. It's an invisible thing. It's the invisible church that's the true church, not the visible church. The true church is in the hearts of people, and the counterfeit, which is Catholicism, has confused people into believing that the visible church is the true church. It's the visible church, and yet Christ has only things against that. Where two or more are gathered, there I am. The kingdom of God is not coming in the sense that you can say, oh, there it is. It's among you. It's in your heart. Of course, Jesus is that heart that we receive, and we have a relationship with him, and that's how we partake at the Lord's table. But it's not a physical place. The true church is made up of God's elect, who God has chosen to save before time began. Now, of course, if you find that controversial, I invite you to read the New Testament. I really do. I'm not saying that sarcastically. Read it with an honest perspective. John 6 alone tells you everything you need to know about salvation, which is the good news. But God is in charge of who is entering the church. As a result, there's no apostasy, because God's name is on the line. He's not going to let you lose your faith. If he's given you his spirit, he's not going to let you revoke it. His name is on the line as a savior. Therefore, God is in control of who becomes part of the church and who leaves, i.e. nobody leaves, because God's name is on the line. He's preserving you. So there's zero apostasy. And that test, the test of apostasy, is how you know who is in the true church and what the true church even is. Because the Catholic Church, as an example, has hundreds of thousands of apostasies, which means it's not the true church. Counterfeit institutions are made up of true and false converts. Man is in charge of those institutions through various rituals, like, again, Catholic Church, confirmation, infant baptism, excommunication. It's the authorities of the church that are saying who belongs in the church and who doesn't. Whereas the true church is what God says, not what man says. The counterfeits, as a result, suffer a lot of apostasy, whereas the true church has zero apostasy. Nobody is lost who God has purposed to save. And that's the good news, folks. You got to cling to that. Don't fight it. You got to cling to it. Because it is the pillar of the good news that your peace rests on. If salvation is in your hands to maintain, that is not the good news. That is not good news at all. That's horrible news. So cling to the truth, because it is the good news that God cannot lose you, and therefore your salvation is sure. So we have to make a distinction between these two things, because this is just another false dialectic designed to stir you up into a controversy. And as a result, you stop thinking rationally and you say, well, wait a minute. Isn't the church a different category than the state? They don't want you thinking that way. They want you to get swept up in this dialectic of how much, well, the state says they should be separate. No, they should be united. Wait a minute. Are we talking about the institution of the church? Well, that's Catholicism. So this is just gaslighting you into accepting a debate that doesn't really exist. It's basically, the Catholic Church is, this is so clever. The Catholic Church is orchestrating a debate about itself using an enemy that it created to make itself look good. Do you understand? The king of the South, the secular, the atheistic, liberal side says, no, church and state should be separate. Okay. Well, then the Catholic, false light, worship me, man of sin side says, no, they should be united. The church has a part to play in the affairs of the people. Okay, well, which side is right? Neither of them are right, because they're both talking about the church as an institution, which is Catholicism. The king of the South is there designed to make you say, well, maybe the king of the North is right. Seems that all this separation between church and state is wrong. Look at all these grossly liberal things like tranny storytime hour and gender reassignment surgery and all this. So maybe church and state shouldn't be separated. I.e., maybe the institution of the church, i.e. Catholicism, should be in charge of our lives. That's the whole point of this debate. So this whole church and state thing is just artificial. It's designed to lead you back to religious nationalism. Do you get it? The Catholic Church created both sides. It created, it's itself, and then it created the atheistic side to make itself look good. Basically, the issue, if you were to quote it, to summarize in a quote, it's which institution should be in control? Okay, well, neither should be in control, because the institution of the church is what the Bible warns you about in Revelation. Now, there's a definition of church and state from Jesus himself, very plainly and poetically expressed in Matthew 22. Verse 15, paying taxes to Caesar. Then the Pharisees went and plotted how to entangle him in his words. And they sent their disciples to him along with the Herodians, saying, Teacher, we know that you are true and teach the way of God truthfully, and you do not care about anyone's opinion, for you are not swayed by appearances. Tell us then, what do you think? Is it lawful to pay taxes to Caesar or not? See what they're doing? They are putting him in the same exact church versus state debate. Verse 18, but Jesus, aware of their malice, said, Why put me to the test, you hypocrites? Show me the coin for the tax. And they brought him a denarius. And Jesus said to them, Whose likeness and inscription is this? And they said, Caesar's. Then he said to them, Therefore render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's. When they heard it, they marveled, and they left him and went away. Very, very profound words. So why is this so important? Well, the Pharisees were trying to trap Jesus in the exact same dialectic that you are being run on right now with this church and state debate. Do you understand the dialectic they were trying to trap him in? They're trying to make him choose between the church or the state. And of course, either way you choose, because you've put them in the same category, right? you lose. If he said, well, he pays taxes to Caesar, then they would say, oh, see, now we can accuse him as he's trying to basically go for the Romans and he's against the Jews. And if he said, well, don't pay taxes, don't pay these pagans what they're due. Okay, well, now he's trying to start a revolution. Either way, they were trying to pin him down with a dialectic. This is the same thing. They're trying to get him to choose between the church or the state. And of course, Jesus points to their error poetically, that they've put them, the question is misguided, because the things that are God's are in a completely different category than the things that are the world's. Render to Caesar what is Caesar's, meaning what's on the coin? It's the image of a pagan deity, right? A god king. Give that to the pagans. That's fine. That's a dead, lifeless idol on a coin that you have to use, and whatever, you're participating in the system, but give it back to the pagans. It's theirs. It's a lifeless idol. You, as a human being, were made in God's image. You're a living image. That's the point. You were made to bear God's image, so give to God what is God's. What is the difference between a human being and a coin? This is he's just so profoundly wise, and the way he did this was so poetic. It's a lesser to the greater, and it's rebuking them for their category error, really, because they put these two things in the same category and trying to trap him into making a choice. But there's no choice to be made. They're in a different category. How different is a human being from a coin? A coin is nothing. It's a lifeless piece of metal. Whereas a human being is made in God's image. It's living, breathing, thinking, it's speaking. Two totally different categories, folks. Give to God what is God's, and give to Caesar what is Caesar's. Profound, such a profound lesson. But what's the lesson here? The lesson, A, is that the spirit of Antichrist has always tried to use dualistic games. Even with the Pharisees and scribes, they were trying to pin Jesus down with a category error. Church and state, which one? Either way you choose, you're done for. So he rebukes them and says, basically, these aren't even the same category, dudes. Give to God what is God's, and give to Caesar what is Caesar's. So, how do we respond to this dialectic? We respond as Christ responded. And we aim for that same level of wisdom in the sense that we discern the category error. We see the error. There is no similarity between these two. They're not the same thing at all. They're not even the same category. The true church is give to God what is God's. Give your heart to God, be born again, spread the gospel, warn people about the coming New World Order. These are the things that are God's, because you're participating in God's plan to rescue his elect out of Babylon. There is a time when the first bowl will drop where there be no more elect to rescue. Until then, we do our job, we do what we can, we spread the truth, and we participate in this plan of salvation. That is God's. It has nothing to do with voting, with who's in office, with politics, with what's on the news, and so on and so forth. These are nonsense distractions. The beast, who the Bible has warned you is going to be worshipped, is trying to get you to believe that these two things are the same thing. And so then it puts them into this artificial conflict of who, oh, I don't know. But all you're doing is giving power to the beast by acknowledging that the church is an institution. It's not. It's not an institution. It never was and it never will be. It might be some sense, a loose institution when Jesus returns and there's going to be a physical government on the earth. He's going to be there. He's going to be ruling. I'm sure we'll all have jobs to do, right? Moses and the apostles and everybody close to him is going to have maybe important roles. I don't know. It'll probably be a government of some kind. And it'll be a perfect government. It'll be actually the way government's supposed to work. But either way, in that sense, it might be an institution. But until then, with God at the helm, the devil is the god of this world. And any institution is going to be evil and wicked. Absolutely. So point is, as usual, to focus on the spiritual things and don't be fooled. Of course, people take this example that I just read to you, that we should vote and participate in government, but that's not at all the point. I hope you see that. I hope you see that that's not at all the point of this interchange. The point of this interchange is that church and state are in two different categories. What similarity can a coin have to a living image made in God's image? Two completely different things. So do not reduce the church, who is made in God's image, bride of Christ, right? If we use the metaphor of the bride of Christ being the body of the church, And Christ, you're made in God's image. The bride is a human. She's made in the image. The church is made in God's image. It's a beautiful thing. It's a spiritual thing. Do not reduce that to the level of a physical coin with a pagan image on it. Do you understand? With a Caesar, with a Pope King, God King on the coin, where that's the institution. And you're making that equal to the state. Which one? The state with an atheist on it, or the coin with the Pope on it? Which one do you want? Well, neither. They're both Antichrist. Reject the dialectic. That's the point. Don't be fooled. All right, onward to part 3, international stories, and let's see what's happening around the world. All right, welcome to part 3. This is now international stories that I've collected. This is designed just to, again, confirm the trajectory of history. If you've watched my Dark to Light playlist, I have a lot of videos there showing you that the world is flipping to the right. Of course, different things are happening at different times and at different timings, but the world is flipping to the right and getting ready politically and culturally for the false prophet, which is the United States, to export this image and to convert everybody to this new thing. And it's going to happen, like I said, probably within the next 10 years. I don't see this dragging on for another 20 or 30 years. Things are moving very quickly, and they're shaping culture very, very quickly. There's many threads, but as usual, they all lead to Rome. And of course, if you've seen my video in the Dark to Light playlist called All Roads Lead to Rome, I think, yeah, that's a good one. You can see just everything ultimately leads back to Rome, folks. The Bible is true. The Revelation 13:2, the dragon gave the beast its throne and power and great authority. So this is my goal with this coverage, so that you can see all of these things coming to a head throughout the world. This is from the Vatican News. Vatican reveals theme for 2025 World Day of Peace. Oh, I didn't highlight this, and let's see. Oh, it does come back. Okay, good. See, I re-enabled the extension, but I forgot to go through all these other tabs. But if you refresh it, since the extension is active, the highlights come back. That's handy. All right. Only from a genuine conversion on all levels, personal, local, and international, will true peace be able to flourish. Does this sound, right off the bat, does that sound like the Seven Mountain stuff that we read early on? It should. Of course, if you know who sits on Seven Mountains, then you know who the mandate is from. Says the Dicastery for Promoting Integral Human Development in its statement on the theme for the 2025 World Day of Peace. In Thursday's statement, the Dicastery adds that peace comes not only from an end to conflicts, but also in a new reality in which wounds are healed and each person's dignity is recognized. By peace he shall destroy many. The World Day of Peace is observed each year on January 1st, the solemnity of the Mary, the Mother of God. There you go, honoring their pagan practices and bringing a false peace through that. Of course, 2025 is also a Jubilee year for the Catholic Church, which is very important to the Catholic system. That's a year of the flip. That's why all this stuff is aligning for 2025. Since its establishment in 1967 by Pope St. Paul VI, the popes have taken the occasion to offer magisterial reflections and messages for the day, dealing with topics such as the United Nations, human rights, diplomacy, and economic development. What does the head of the church have to do with any of these Antichrist organizations? So, of course, if you understand that these Antichrist organizations were created, like the United Nations, by the Vatican, then, okay, it makes sense. The theme chosen by the Holy Father for the World Day of Peace for 2025 is Forgive Us Our Trespasses, Grant Us Your Peace, corresponding to the biblical and ecclesiastical understanding of the Jubilee year. Well, there's nothing biblical about it because the biblical Jubilee year is 50 years, not 25. And that was all the Old Testament stuff. Hope and forgiveness at the heart of the Jubilee. And it's in its statement, the Dicastery says that the theme is inspired by Pope Francis' encyclical Laudato Si, which is all about earth worship from the very beginning and Sunday sacredness. And Fratelli Tutti, we're all brothers, the ecumenical document. And above all, by the concepts of hope and forgiveness, which are at the heart of Jubilee, a time for conversion that calls us not to condemn, but instead to bring about reconciliation and peace. A time for conversion. What does it say in the very beginning? Let's read that again. Only from a genuine conversion on all levels, personal, local, and international, will true peace be able to flourish? What are we converting to, I wonder? Of course, you know by now. The dicastery goes on to note, by considering the reality of conflicts and social sins afflicting humanity today in light of the hope inherent in the Jubilee tradition of the forgiveness of sins and the cancellation of debts, together with the reflection of the fathers of the church in this regard, concrete principles emerge that can lead to a much-needed spiritual, social, economic, ecological, and cultural change. Are we talking Seven Mountain stuff here? Of course we are, because the woman who sits on the seven mountains is Mystery Babylon, is Rome, is the Church of Rome, the city of seven hills. And of course, any kind of quote-unquote mandate that comes to you that says, go Christianize society in the name of the institution of the church, of course you know where it comes from. This is from AP. This is the Olympics again, just more Olympics nonsense. But you can see again, just dark to light. Where did I highlight this stuff? Oh, here it is. Here we go. Paris. Faith leaders gathered with Olympic officials Sunday morning in front of the Notre Dame Cathedral to celebrate how faith and sport can complement each other. In the words of International Olympic Committee President Thomas Bach, the 2024 Paris Olympics got off to a rocky start with many religious groups around the world, including the Vatican. Do you really think the Vatican cares if you blaspheme Christ? Come on now. They criticized the scene in the opening ceremony, seen as mocking Christianity by evoking the Last Supper and featuring drag queens, though the performers and the ceremony's artistic director denied being inspired by Leonardo da Vinci's painting. We want to show that the most important thing is peace, Catholic Bishop Emmanuel Gobillard said at the gathering. It was modeled after the first such interfaith meeting organized by modern Olympics founder Pierre de Coubertin in 1924, the Paris Olympic Games, which I've covered in one of these previous episodes. The Olympics are Catholic, folks. What do you think the interlocking rings represent? That represents the world marveling after the beast. It's just another thread to bring people into this ecumenical one world culture of peace, false peace, and love and light and everything else. Representatives of Buddhism, Christianity, Hinduism, Islam, and Judaism worked for months to set up a shared hall where the more than 10,500 athletes and their staff can find information about worship and speak with the chaplain. For the first half of the games, many seem to have found their way there to have a quiet moment away from overwhelming pressure and competition. There you go. It doesn't matter. Buddhism, Christianity, Hinduism, Islam, they're all the same, folks. Just pick your flavor of whatever makes you feel comfortable and, find peace that way. Of course, if anybody actually advocated for the gospel's exclusivity, then they would be kicked out. What the faith leaders have done with the space itself is a wordless message of dialogue. Isn't that Pope Francis's favorite word? Tolerance and welcome, beginning with redistributing the size of the different rooms based on the expected number of faithful. The door between the small Jewish room and the Muslim space, about twice its size, but equally sparingly adorned, is often kept open. Here it's very symbolic, said Rabbi Moshe Lewin, vice president of the Conference of European Rabbis and one of the Jewish chaplains. The conviviality, that's the image that we should transmit. Image. People smile when they see an imam and a rabbi together, added Najat Ben Ali, president of the coordination of the Muslim Associations of Paris, who leads the Muslim chaplaincy. We do geofraternity, not geopolitics. There you go, Muslims and Jews together. This is exactly what's going to happen, folks. The Jews and Muslims that aren't extremists, that are not Zionists, that are not jihadis, because these two are being exposed and obliterated through the conflict in the Middle East. The ones that remain are going to be the moderate ones. Remember that graph in the very beginning with the people that are neutral? Those are the people that are going to remain. They're going to be moved into this charismatic one world religion revival type of thing. The Hindu space also welcomes visitors with blessings by a small water fountain as chanting resounds from a volunteer's cell phone. It's the most exuberantly decorated space with statues from India and a recreated temple structured in painted polyester foam. In the middle is the Christian area where Catholics, Protestants, and Orthodox share an altar with a large Bible flanked by a cross and icons. How can you share an altar if you're a Protestant? The definition of Protestant is that you protest the teachings of the Catholic Church, one of which, namely, is the sacrifice of Jesus every Sunday on the altar, which is why they have an altar. The Mass is a sacrifice. Look it up in the Catholic Encyclopedia. It's a sacrifice. It has to be a sacrifice for transubstantiation to work. In their minds, of course, it doesn't actually happen, but that's the religion. You have an altar because you're in a temple and you're sacrificing someone. And of course, in this case, you're sacrificing Jesus every Sunday. So how can you as a Protestant who protests the teachings of the Catholic Church, one of which is that Jesus is not sacrificed every Sunday, how can you share an altar with Catholics and Orthodox who believe in the same thing? How can you share an altar? You should protest the fact that there's an altar there, that Christ died once for all, is what the book of Hebrews says. And if you place your faith in that sacrifice as the payment for your sins, you are saved. Not if you do religion or you take the Eucharist or so on and so forth. Nonsense. But this is the mystery religion, folks. Mystery Babylon, the mother of abominations and harlots. Next to it hangs a poster with a quote about faith by U.S. star gymnast Simone Biles. This is like just a hodgepodge of religious stuff. Has nothing to do with the truth. Last week, 3 athletic competitors from Australia, Finland, and Jamaica walked in to pray, and faith leaders asked if they could join them. It was like a little Pentecost, said Anne Schweitzer, who's coordinating about 36 Protestant chaplains. She discovered one of the 3 athletes, a silver medalist, is also quoted in the Gospel edition called More Precious Than Gold, created for the Games and available to visitors there at the churches across Olympic Coast. I talked about this thing that they were handing out these Gospels it's like Trump's Bible with the Constitution and the whatever lyrics to that whatever song. Like, it's just nonsense. Why would you add to the Word of God? Same thing here. They're giving the testimony of these athletes to make it very culturally friendly and worldly Christianity. You don't need the testimony of athletes, folks. You have the testimony of the Holy Spirit. Is that not enough? Is it not enough to have the testimony of the people who were around Jesus? John, James, Paul, Peter? Of course, Paul wasn't necessarily around Jesus when in his ministry, but Paul's an apostle. Peter, James, John, Jude. That's not enough. You have all that testimony. That's not enough. You need the testimony of these athletes. I'm not saying, some of these aren't genuine and they shouldn't be putting their testimony out there, but don't put them in a Bible or make some sort of, new type of document with it. Don't put them on the same level. Do you see what's happening? The Bible is the Word of God. It's special. When you put something on the same level at it, you are putting it in the same category. Do you understand the category error now? This is the thing. This is how they get you. And when it's in the same category, that's where the deception can go. Oh, well, it's like this or like that. This is what they do. One more little paragraph here. Some Catholics, as well as volunteers in the village, have gone next door to meditate in the Buddhist space, said Luke Charles, a Zen monk with the Buddhist Union of France. It's the occasion to get to know each other better. There you go. So Catholics go and meditate at the Buddhist center. The Hindus are there. Everybody's having fun chanting. We're doing some Christian stuff too, handing out the God. It's all, just one mishmash mystery religion, folks. And this is the mystery religion. And of course, if you know that the Olympics, what the point of the Olympics was started by the man who was a Jesuit-trained militant Catholic and basically started as an ecumenical front. You understand, this is Mystery Babylon coming to the surface. Of course, this is on X. This is a post from Paris 2024. We can't imagine a world without the games. Through their symbols, through our emotions, through their sporting exploits, and through our celebrations, the Olympic Games are humanity's greatest intangible work for peace. Faster, higher, stronger together. Does this sound like the spirit of Antichrist to you? I hope it does, because it is the spirit of Antichrist speaking to you. No, the greatest intangible work for peace is the gospel. That is timeless, that is beyond profound, that God became man so he could take the hit that we deserve from God, and that having faith in that work that was very tangible, you are saved from the wrath that is soon to come. That is the greatest work of peace ever. Not some ecumenical pagan front that is constantly having these pagan rituals for all of their opening ceremonies and so on, and just honoring the devil in many ways. This is nonsense, but this is what people believe. Faster, higher, stronger together. Faster, higher, stronger. Where are you going? You're ascending. You're going up. We have to ascend. We have to go to that next level of love and light and peace. There's somebody, I think that, this girl talked about the Olympics. We'll see what she has to say. Interesting. Let's see what she has to say.
It really comes as no surprise that the 33rd Annual Olympic Games closed with a ceremony dedicated to the rebirth of Lucifer, a fallen angel, the light bringer of enlightenment. Why is this no surprise? Because the Olympics are and always have been pagan. The closing ceremony started with the Golden Voyager descending from the sky, just like Lucifer's fall from heaven. The Golden Voyager's leg is bent, just like the Hangman card in tarot, but reversed. But the reverse meaning is really just an amplification of the upright meaning, which means complete surrender, like a rebirth or a new world order mindset. The Golden Voyager is a tie back to NASA's Golden Voyager records, sounds and images that were supposed to portray what life and culture was like in the United States, sent up into space so that aliens or extraterrestrials could discover them and help resurrect humanity if necessary. So it's no coincidence that the Golden Voyager in this performance meets a bunch of dancers dressed in gray that literally look like gray aliens, discovering the Golden Voyager. These performances are a revelation of the method. We know a rebirth is going on, a great awakening for the New World Order. But what about these gray alien beings? We know about Project Bluebeam. Is this just disclosure for an alien invasion? Because Los Angeles has taken the baton and they will be hosting the Olympics in 2028. The City of Angels. Or should we say, the City of Fallen Angels, the stars, the Hollywood spell. By the way, aliens are just demons. It really comes as an...
Yeah, Hollywood is the actual wood that they were using to create, what is it, like magical wands and so on. So, it's, if you don't know that, then check out my Jesuit Hollywood episode in the End Time series. All these things have been in the works for hundreds of years, folks. And so now when you go back to that post on X from Paris 2024, oh, we love the symbols. They're a symbol of peace. Like, what symbols? Your Antichrist symbols of the devil and paying homage to your false god? Those symbols? But wait a minute, I thought it was the Olympics were started by a Catholic, and they are very Catholic. So, put one and one together. But really quick note about the whole Lucifer thing. Watch my Satan series. Lucifer is not the devil's name. It's not at all his title. It's not a function that he brings the light. No, he appears as an angel of light to deceive, but he's not the light bringer. The word Lucifer comes from the Latin Vulgate, and it's 4 times in the Bible in the Latin Vulgate. 2 of those times is appropriated to Christ as the morning star, the true morning star, the one that does bring the light. Of course, the devil tries to be a counterfeit Christ, but that doesn't mean he's Lucifer or that he is the Lucifer. So very important point, because a lot of people maybe not realizing that. Because of the KJV, really, the KJV is the one who promulgated that error, unfortunately. Now let's talk about the Middle East. Israeli group practices red heifer ritual in front of Al-Aqsa Mosque. This is Thursday, August 8th. A group of religious Israelis have been pictured practicing the ritual of the red heifer, which is meant to herald the building of a new Jewish temple on the site of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Boy, is that going to light up the Middle East, don't you think? According to Jewish tradition, the ashes of a perfectly red heifer cow are needed for the ritual purification that would allow a third temple to be built in Jerusalem. That temple, say radical Jewish groups, must be constructed on the raised plateau in Jerusalem's old city known as the Temple Mount, where Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock Shrine stand today. Some people believe this will herald the arrival of the Messiah and possibly even the end of the world. Temple worshippers are now practicing the mitzvah, or the religious duty, of a red cow in front of a Temple Mount, which will enable the return of purity and the observance of the temple mitzvahs, posted journalist Yinon Magal on Tuesday, along with a picture of activists from the Temple Institute. In 2022, 5 red heifers arrived in Israel from a Texas ranch and are now kept in an archaeological park next to Shiloh, an illegal Israeli settlement near the Palestinian city of Nablus. The Temple Institute imported the heifers for the eventual purpose of using them in a ritual after years of searching for blemish-free cows without a stray white or black hair. And of course, these things happened. Who knows, they're probably genetically modified, but these are signs and wonders, folks. These are signs people say, oh, look, what are the odds of a red heifer? Well, what do you mean, what are the odds? They probably genetically engineered them so that people could believe these things. Their eventual slaughter on the Mount of Olives will, according to advocates, allow Jewish people to be purified so they can perform rites and worship on the site of Al-Aqsa Mosque. What does the Bible say? That the sacrifices of the wicked are an abomination to God? Research by a professor at Bar Ilan University estimated that the ashes of one cow could be made into enough cleansing water for 660 billion purifications. The cow being practiced upon in Magal's image below does not appear to be one of the 5 red heifers from Shiloh. There's an image here. Poor cow just wondering what's going to happen. The traditional site of the ritual, the Mount of Olives, is seen in the background on the other side of the Al-Aqsa Mosque, suggesting the practice run was performed within the Old City. The status quo in Jerusalem has long maintained that Jewish prayer is forbidden on the raised plateau in the occupied East Jerusalem. The site is believed to be the location of the 2 ancient Jewish temples. Jews are permitted to pray at the Western Wall, which runs along one side of the hill and is regarded as the last remaining part of the second Jewish temple that the Romans destroyed in 70. This is true. Some people believe that it's the Roman Fort Antonia or whatever it's called. It's not. It's not, folks. I'll talk about that in a future video at some point. But it is the Jewish temple that is there, or whatever remains of. Of course, nothing pretty much remained of it, but it's not a Roman fort. Restrictions on non-Muslims entering the mosque have been in place since the Ottoman status quo designated Jerusalem's holy sites to its sects was established in 1757. So this is a very long-standing dark to light situation. Do you understand? This is a conflict that needs to be resolved. And they're pushing and pushing and pushing. And of course, there has to be a solution to this conflict. Meanwhile, the snake is very active. July 21st, 2024, Jesus Risen statue to be put up in Jerusalem. So the snake, as usual, is busy building its images to make its statements. Let's see if I have to zoom out here. Yeah, I probably have to zoom out. Okay, there we go. In 2023, Father Ibrahim Faltas opened the first swimming pool in Jerusalem's Old City after 4 years of Herculean excavation and construction. Now the 60-year-old Franciscan monk, who was born in Alexandria, Egypt, has another towering ambition: to erect a 10-meter-high statue called Jesus Risen that will crown the roof of the historic Terra Sancta High School in the Christian quarter of the Old City. This is a Catholic high school, just FYI. The work of Italian sculptor Alessandro Muto, which we'll look at. The polychromatic steel and bronze sculpture weighing 4,400 kilograms reflects the sun's rays so that its appearance continually changes from dawn to nightfall. So it's very oriented with the sun, and you'll see also what it looks like. It's very suggestive. Muto, a native of Verona who studied at the city's Liceo Artistico Statale and graduated from the Academy of Fine Arts in Bologna, began working on the project 18 months ago. His design received the imprimatur of the Franciscan Custody of the Holy Land, headquartered at the St. Saviour complex by the New Gate. Faltas declined to offer details about the cost of the project or the source of the funding. Well, let's look at it. Let's look at a couple pictures of it. Here's the project, the statue of Jesus due to be erected. Now, this is, again, it's aligned with the sun, so that it's shimmering and shining and it's got all this light. But also, what do you see here? All these little people that are composing his robe. And they're hugging, embracing. Fratelli tutti, we're all brothers. And the statue is being erected in the Middle East. What does that tell you? They speak through symbols, folks. They speak through their statues, through their symbols. A couple months ago, I covered this video where they repurposed the statue of Jupiter and they brought back a huge statue of Constantine right around, I think, in March when the anniversary for the Sunday Law proclamation happened. So they do these things that are very intentional. Of course, you'll see how this all will shape up. This is Terra. I agree. Should I agree to the Vatican's cookie policy? Guess I have to. Children pray at Jerusalem Catholic School for Peace and Holy Land. This is Children Pray for Peace at Terra Sancta High School in Jerusalem. So this is the school. It's an old Catholic school, so we're talking Catholic here. It's from Vatican News. 33-foot risen Jesus statue on its way to Jerusalem. Did I highlight something on this one? I think I just highlighted the fact that it was 33 feet, which is, again, these are numerical things that they love to do. 33 this, 33 that. But again, very ecumenical statue, aligned with the sun, very shimmering. Why would you do that? I mean, I don't understand it. This is the artist that made it. You can see he's very much like one of those Michelangelo, in-home type of artists for the Vatican. Here's the statue. Here's this giant bronze door that they use for those holy doors. There's a bust of the beast if you want to order one of those. There's the, what is it called? The Station of the Cross. So he's very much, very, very Catholic, very Catholic talent, so to speak. This is another one, another statue in the same kind of area. I mean, it's in Armenia, I believe, but a 33-meter statue of Jesus Christ on a 44-meter pedestal will soon rise Mount Hatis. Preparations for the installation of the statue are coming to an end. It's supposed to be the largest statue of Jesus in the world that they're elevating. Again, like, people just love their images, and these types of things are like, very interesting to me. Again, where does this go? How does this shape culture? Oh, this is a good one. How does this shape culture, and especially culture in that particular region? This is an interesting story.
Prince has publicly denounced Islam and given his life to Jesus Christ. Prince Abdullah al-Sabah broke the news about his Christian conversion in an audio file on an Arabic Christian satellite TV channel, where he makes a bold confession of his faith in Christ and even hints at being ready for martyrdom by the hands of the Islamic regime, saying he will accept whatever they do to him. The royal prince stated, "If they kill me because of it, then I will appear before Jesus Christ and I will be with Jesus Christ forever." Kuwait is an Islamic nation with only 4% of the population identifying as Christian, governed strictly under Islamic Sharia law, where the penalty for leaving Islam is being amputated or put to death, according to Muhammad's command in Surah Al-Ma'idah 5:33. Since his conversion, the Islamic press denounced his royal citizenship in an attempt to cover up his high-ranking status, sparking fears that others would convert to Christianity. As revival is sparking across Islamic nations and many Muslims are giving their lives to Jesus, God continues to prove that he is sovereign over all creation, no matter what government or belief system chooses to defy his word. I pray that God will continue to pluck his creation out of false doctrine and show them his love that is only found in Jesus. A Kuwaiti royal.
So, very interesting story. Of course, people like this who cover these things don't realize the trajectory of history. Now, I'm not saying this conversion wasn't authentic. Could be, could not be, I don't know. But ultimately, there's a revival in the Middle East. There's more, I've covered this in other places, but there's more conversions to Christianity from Islam in the last 20 years than in the last, whatever, as long as Islam's been around, since, 600 something. So that should tell you something. There's something happening. And what is that telling you? Well, it's telling you the trajectory of history is correct. The world will marvel after the beast. Do Muslims count as part of the world? Yes, that means that they will have to convert and accept the light, false light, of this coming system that pays homage to the Pope. So there's a revival. There's a revival happening, and all these charismatic experiences are happening. Now, again, I'm not saying all of these are deceptions. I think that it's very probable that these people, for example, in Gaza that are getting shot at and brutally massacred, that Jesus is appearing to them supernaturally. I think that's true. There's definitely a lot of stories about that. And they're believing before they die. I think that's definitely plausible. We don't know, and we don't know what God's methods are and what he's chosen to do with various people that he's chosen to save. So it's very possible. However, that is a parallel fact to the reality that a majority of the Muslim world is going to marvel after the beast, meaning a majority of the converts from Islam to the new thing are going to be false converts. We don't know who those are, but the point is that the world will marvel after the beast, and this is proof of it. The Islamic world is going to collapse. And the conflict in the Middle East that they are running with Zionism versus jihadism to eliminate the extremists is designed to eliminate the extremists, bring in peace, build a third temple, foster this supernatural whatever is going to happen. Who knows? Maybe they're going to have an appearance of Jesus or Mary or something with their blue beam. I don't know. I have to watch it and see how this thing develops, but something's going to happen. That's the linchpin to bring everybody into this great delusion and to make them believe that the golden age has come. The golden age is here. This is from the Gateway Pundit. Amazing Jesus revolution reported in Iran. Mosques close as Muslims turn to Christianity. August 18th, 2024. When you think of Iran and religion, Christianity isn't what comes to mind. The Middle East nation isn't just the biggest Shiite Muslim state in the world. It's also one of the most draconian when it comes to enforcing the tenets of the religion. The country's moral police is again in the international spotlight after they reportedly shot a woman last month for violation of the country's mandatory hijab laws, according to the Associated Press. However, amid the severity of the country's morality crackdown is a ray of light for Christians. Iran may well be in the midst of what some commentators are calling a Jesus revolution. Now, very important if you understand who put on the Jesus revolution in the United States. And then you have the recent movie with Jonathan Rumi, who's a Catholic Jesuit operative, and he's drinking the Kool-Aid. He's starring whatever the main character, I think, of the Jesus revolution. So they made a movie about it, so Jesuit Hollywood, and now it's happening in Iran. Come on now, put the pieces together. In a Tuesday article for faith-based outlet CBN News, writer Gary Lane described how an unprecedented number of Muslims are choosing to follow Christ, especially in Iran as people search for better life. Dark to light. Dark to light. Iran is very dark. And of course, the light of the charismatic movement and this new thing, the image, is very appealing. This is, here we go. Here's our proof to you of where this is going.
Muslim and a Jew.
A Christian, a Muslim, and a Jew.
Muslim, Masihi, Yahudi. Sitting together in peace. Absolutely, yeah. Who's cutting our hair? What's your name?
My name is Shauki. I'm from Palestine, West Bank. Muslim also. And we always will pray for peace for everybody.
That's what we want, peace and love. And do I have control over what's going on? No, only God has control. Does he have control? No. We can only want peace and love.
Of course.
Wherever you are. Next, you know what holiday we're celebrating? The holiday of giving of the Torah, the holiday of giving of the Bible. In the Bible, you believe in the Bible, I believe in the Bible,
Correct.
we all believe in Moses.
Wait a minute, but Islam believes very different things about the Bible than the Jews do. And the Jews believe very different things about the Bible than the Christians do.
We all believe in one God.
Exactly. Same God.
I wish you only the best, peace and love. You're a good man. And you too. Wherever you are, sitting in a barber shop, in a restaurant, there's always an opportunity to increase the peace and understanding, because there's so much more that connects us and binds us than separates us. I'm here. What's your name?
Jason.
Jason introduced himself to me and he says, oh, you speak Hebrew, I speak Hebrew a little bit. Where are you from?
I'm from Nazareth, Israel, Christian, Arab.
Born when?
In 1963.
1963. He's a little bit older than me, but he's looking great.
I appreciate it.
We're sitting here together. We can love each other. Christian.
Oh, there you go. I guess that's the video. So this is the future, folks. This is the future. This is the future where it's going, because what is this? This is ecumenism. Do you understand? Oh, we all worship the same God. We believe in the Bible. We believe Moses happened. Okay, sure. Yeah, you believe Moses existed, but what do you believe about Moses? Do you believe that Moses testified to Christ? That he was a type of Christ? Just like Jesus said, if you believe Moses, then you would believe me. But of course, the Jews don't. They say they believe in Moses, but they don't. The Jews who believe the Gospels and the Torah, or I should say the Jews who believe the Torah, converted, and they believe the Gospel. And those are the ones who wrote your New Testament. The Jews who rebelled and got stiff-necked are the ones who started Rabbinic Judaism, which today has nothing in common with Christianity. There's no such thing as Judeo-Christian. There's no such thing as reconciliation between Islam, the Gospel, and Judaism. They're not in the same category. In fact, actually, I would argue that Judaism and Islam are in the same category. Do you understand? It's a religion. Christianity is a way of being. It's the gospel. It's a completely different category. We're back to the same category error. This is the problem. Do you see the theme? Do you see how the devil works? And if you don't question your assumptions, and you don't say, wait a minute, that's a category error. Those two things don't belong. Or I should say three things in this case. The gospel doesn't belong with Judaism or Islam. They're two different things. Two completely different categories. Judaism and Islam can belong together for sure. They're religions. They rely on works to be saved. They don't have a sovereign God. See, even though he says, oh, God's in control, well, do you really believe that? Do you really believe that God's in control? Because Judaism doesn't believe that. No branch of Judaism does, whether it's Orthodox or Reform or whatever the third one is, I forget, but no branch of Judaism believes God is truly sovereign. Only the gospel teaches you of a completely sovereign God. And of course, even Christians today fight against the sovereignty of God because they reject predestination and election. But the Jews, like the Pharisees in Jesus' time, hated Jesus because he preached election. So nothing new under the sun. But this is what's happening, folks. The people who are ecumenical and lukewarm and do not have discernment are the people that you see in this video. And these people, once you have the political stuff taken out of the way, once the Zionists are gone and the jihadis are gone, and you have maybe a peace deal in the Middle East, and the temple is built, and it's this ecumenical thing where Jews and Muslims and Christians, everybody can gather around and have fun, just like the Olympics and just like this barbershop. Then they'll be primed and ready for more false signs and wonders, possibly supernatural, who knows? We'll have to watch. And the world will all convert to this new thing, which is really the old thing. I've talked about it. It's just the old thing being repackaged. But these are the people that are in that middle bracket. They're not extremists. These are the people that just want peace. But peace at what cost? Jesus said, I came to bring a sword, to put a man against his father and a mother-in-law against her daughter-in-law. And the enemies of a man will be those of his own household. I came not to bring peace, but a sword. What does that mean? Well, first off, the sword is the sword of truth, which is the word of God. And if you use it rightly to divide, then you are in truth. But if you're not using it rightly, then you're compromising the truth. And this is exactly what's happening here. If I were there in that barbershop, I'd say, well, there's no reconciliation between the gospel and Judaism and Islam and all these other religions. There's no reconciliation. The only way to have peace is through Christ, because peace in a material sense is not peace. The Bible warns you of a material peace at the end. The only true peace is the peace beyond understanding, knowing that you have peace in the sense that you are reconciled with God. I do not have to worry that God is going to throw me in the lake of fire, because I have the perfect payment of Jesus Christ to show at the judgment. I put my faith in that payment, and there's no condemnation for the elect. That is peace beyond understanding, because no matter what happens, you know that you'll be resurrected, that you'll inherit the world with Christ, and that all of this is just a vapor. But when you trade that peace, again, we're back to the coin. See the brilliance. See the brilliance of that interchange? It's so brilliant. It's so brilliant, man. Everything that Jesus said is so brilliant. We're back to the coin. When you put that peace in the same category as a false, worldly, transient, superficial, materialistic peace, when you make the peace of God, which is peace that I'm reconciled with God, I'm not going to be destroyed. I'm reconciled. That gives me peace. No matter what happens, I have peace. I can always return to that thought. I'm going to be resurrected. I'm going to inherit the world with Christ. I'm going to see Jesus and live. I have peace. When you trade that peace for a worldly counterfeit peace, you are making the first thing, which doesn't belong, in the category of the second thing. Understand? You're putting the image of God and the image of man, some pagan coin, on the same level, which is what the scribes did, to try to put Jesus in a false dialectic. But they're two different things, folks. True peace is not something that you create. It's something that God creates in you. In order to see the kingdom of heaven, you must be born again. But being born again is like the wind. You do not know where it comes from or where it goes. You do not know the source or the destination. You do not know the workings of God, but you experience them. And that's the truth. So, this is the problem. They have reduced the peace of Christ, which is only available through Jesus Christ, and Islam cannot offer you, Judaism cannot offer you, and lukewarm Christianity cannot offer you, Catholicism cannot offer you. They have reduced that peace into a worldly peace that everybody can agree on, that's not divisive. Jesus said, I came to bring a sword. Well, no, we don't like that part. So let's just figure out something we can agree on, and as a result, you don't have peace. You don't have peace with God as a Jew. Your sacrifice, your works, your various mitzvahs, they're an abomination to God, that you've rejected the sacrifice and the death of his only son in place of your dirty works. How could you possibly reconcile yourself to God? Same thing with my Muslim friends. How can you possibly reconcile yourself to God? With good works, when you're guilty of death. Show me anywhere in a court of law, anybody where they're guilty of death based on the serious crimes that they committed, and the judge says, you know what, we'll let you do some community service. As long as you do a lot of good things, we'll let it balance out. Is that justice? No, justice is that you receive the death penalty if you're guilty of the death penalty. Of course, or assuming, actual guilt, not like how you're going to be accused with not taking the mark, but actual guilt. If you're actually guilty and you've committed serious crimes, it is not just to let you exchange your works, good works, for sin. No, you have to pay. So the same thing is with God. You're guilty of death. How can you possibly pay for your crimes with good works? It's nonsense. It's an abomination to God. So there's no reconciliation between these things, but these are the people that the Middle East is going to be filled with. And when the charismatic revolution comes, be ready for it, folks. You're going to see it. I promise you. And it's not me making a prophecy. It's the Bible that made a prophecy 2,000 years ago. The world will marvel after the beast. They'll marvel. Well, they're already marveling in the United States. They're starting to marvel in Europe because people are getting tired of all the Muslim stuff and the atheist stuff and the liberal stuff. People are starting to come back to religious nationalism. And of course, the world includes the Jews and the Muslims. This is from Xinhua, English.news.China. Iran, this is also an interesting story. I want you refreshed. Did I? There we go. Iran basically announces a one-day nationwide closure due to unprecedented heat. This to me is just one of those like little train the monkeys to jump type of situation. The Iranian government has announced that all state centers, organizations, and banks will shut down on Sunday, of all days, due to the hot weather, the official news agency IRNA reported on Saturday. The decision was made owing to the continuation of the unprecedented high temperatures in the country to protect the citizens' health and manage domestic energy consumption. The IRNA quoted a statement by the Iranian government as saying, the statement, however, said the closures did not apply to services and emergency centers. So again, I'm not reading too much into it, but I do think it's interesting that they are playing into the whole climate Sabbath narrative. And of course, everybody's on board with that. And they stopped everybody from working on Sunday. Is that just a little thing like, hey, little ping, let's get you used to something, then a little more in the future. And then, oh, we see it happen there, we might as well do it here, so on and so forth kind of thing. So something to watch for sure. Not reading too much into it, but something to watch for sure. This is from The Noticer. I think this is Australia, July 28th. A large group of Australian nationalists with a banner reading mass deportations now protested in Melbourne before police broke up the peaceful demonstration and made an arrest. About 45 masked and black-clad members of right-wing activist group the National Socialist Network displayed the banner and chanted Australia for the white man, the rest must go, at Federation Square in the city centre just about 4 p.m. on Saturday, after moving to the steps of Flinders Street Station. Victoria Police then moved in and arrested the group's leader, Jacob Hersant, 24, and spoke to 8 other activists before taking the mass deportations now sign and flag. Here they are, looking crazy as usual. Mr. Hersant told Noticer News his arrest and dispersion of the protests within just 10 minutes was an example of political bias on behalf of Victoria Police, who allowed daily pro-Palestine protests in the Melbourne CBD. Here they are with all these banners and their ski masks and stuff. I mean, these people are just crazy, man. But this is the thing, folks. Australia, if you know, has been very woke, very left. And so what's it do? What happens if you push something to the left? If you push it to the left enough, you're going to have a recoil to the right that's really extreme. And this is exactly what's happening. You're seeing more and more of these types of stories of these extremists come to the light because the left, Australia has been like a police state. It's crazy over there. I would love to visit Australia, especially for koalas and, wombats and stuff. They're so cute. But, it's crazy. I don't think I would feel comfortable flying over there and then suddenly something happens and they stop everybody from leaving the country. It's crazy. This is also from The Noticer. Aliens told to report friends and family for anti-government thoughts. Here's an official of some kind, right behind a menorah with his Israel flag, so you know who they bow down to. All part of the club, folks. Opposition leader Peter Dutton has called on Australians to report their friends and family to intelligence services or the police if they change their thoughts on the government. Mr. Dutton made the comments in an interview with Sky News host Laura Jays, who asked him about the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Australian Security Intelligence Organization. Boss Mike Burgess on Monday warning of an increased risk of terrorism. Now, again, if you know how these things work, these people are just pawns just like Biden, just like Kamala, just like everybody else, they play their part. They're supposed to do something extreme, pitch the ball. Your job is to throw the ball this way. His job is to throw the ball back at you the other way. Meanwhile, all the monkeys and lemmings looking at the tennis game, they go, wow, ooh, ah, and they form their opinion in the dialectic rather than getting out of the dialectic and seeing the narrow road. So this is just more proof of the pudding. This is from Biometric Update. UK police will, I probably should have put this in my next section with the digital inquisition, but might as well talk about it now. UK police will use facial recognition to stop violence in the wake of Southport stabbing, because it's kind of related to these, all these, whatever's happening there, where basically people are revolting or whatever they're doing, protesting, and they gotten violent and just crazy stuff as usual. Following the riots in the wake of the Southport stabbing attack, the UK government has announced a tougher stance against violent disorder, including the deployment of facial recognition. There you go, dark to light, if I've ever seen it, as plain as day. Prime Minister Keir Starmer announced on Thursday that a new national violent disorder program will allow police authorities to share the intelligence on the activity of violent groups. There you go. So if you have been deemed as violent, we can now find you with facial recognition. They have a little thing. There's Police Life Facial Recognition Operation. They have a little sign to tell you, just so you know, you're on camera. These thugs are mobile. They move from community to community. And we must have a policing response that can do the same. Shared intelligence, wider development of facial recognition technology, and preventative action. Criminal behavior orders to restrict their movement before they can even board a train, in just the same way we do with football hooligans. The wider deployment of facial recognition will go alongside other measures to stop violence. The British Transport Police will alert for spikes in train ticket sales that could be linked to organized disorder. Keep all this stuff in mind, folks. I have the final section we have is the digital inquisition. I have a couple articles on just all this digital stuff that's happening in this one world digital system. But they're doing these things in different parts of the world. They do these little riots, and okay, now we have a reason to get more control, just like with 9/11, right? In the U.S., 9/11, after 9/11, there was more and more centralized control. That was the whole point. So they do the false flags, and okay, solution, biometrics, digital ID, facial recognition. Oh, well, we need to stop the criminals. Eventually, you're going to be the criminal that doesn't obey the Sunday laws, and you're going to be put in jail or worse. Oh, this is a rally of UK. Of course, the UK has its own dark to light situation. The UK has been very liberal, and of course they have the Muslim situation. And now what does that cause? Well, just like in Australia, with all the far left swinging, you have the far right that's coming up.
Trump for the United States and every American who's watching this. Your election in November is far bigger than your country. Okay? Donald Trump is needed in this world to bring back peace.
Donald Trump is needed in this world to bring back peace. Your election is far bigger than your country.
His leadership is needed to save the West. All of our countries are being flooded. They are destroying our cultures. They're bringing us down. It's an attack on the West. There's only one person who's going to stop it. You have the opportunity in November with these elections.
Isn't that fascinating? So the people who are across the seas are saying, no, you need to vote for Trump. That's how you know it's a psyop. Here's an email somebody sent me. I think this is from the UK. Hello, Tudor here. Some are catching on in the UK. I am British, but I have lived half my life in the US, and I'm a US citizen. I am disgusted with both countries that I hold citizenship to. Not sure what the Church of England is saying about this, but probably nothing. Like you said, it's just another way to stir up the right against the left, red against blue, etc. I suppose things are going to get worse, and we're all to expect this, Elaine. So she sent me some videos. Former British soldier exposes the UK riots. Of course, just like the Antifa stuff here. These are manufactured riots, folks. Manufactured crises that lead to them being able to test. Okay, we need to test this facial recognition stuff. Oh, that worked, that didn't. Okay, let's do another one. Let's test this, let's test that. And then eventually there's a system that everybody can be put under. The truth about the English riots. So people are waking up. People are starting to see this dialectical dance. Anytime you see anything in the news that is a conflict, a riot, a something, whatever it happened, you always have to think of it from the prism of the dualistic dance. It's not the dance of life, it's the dance of death in that case, because that's where it leads. It leads to death. This is the Wall Street Journal. The man who would make Germany far right again, Bjorn Höck. Since the end of World War II, the birthplace of Nazism has kept far-right forces out of power. Dark. A former high school teacher who has never held political office is hoping to change that. Light. Bjorn Höck, the firebrand head of the AfD party in the eastern German state of Thuringia, is leading ahead of a September 1st regional ballot, according to an August 13th survey by the INSA polling group. Yada, yada, yada. Of course, it's Washington Wall Street Journal. They paywalled it. But the point is, look, Europe is swinging to the right. I've covered this quite a bit. It has to, and it will swing to the right because it needs to get ready. Now, the timing is going to be different on everything, but they will swing to the right little by little, and everything will come back into where it was. Even World War II, if you understand how Hitler came to power and what his arguments were and who he was against the liberals, the lefts. A lot of those people were Jews. That's why they were exposed. But Hitler didn't. Anyway, I'm not going to say more on that. You can look into it yourself. I've talked a little bit about it in some of my videos, but I don't want to get banned on YouTube. But World War II history is not what you've been told. Let's put it that way. However, I'm not saying Hitler was a good guy. Don't get me wrong, please. There's always two sides. They're both evil. Okay, one of them looks good. The other one is obviously evil. Okay, so you have to understand that both of them are evil. If you go to Bjorn, did I highlight something about Bjorn here? I did, but let's see if it remembers. Do you remember? Little website? I think I highlighted something about religion. Here we go. Your religion. So Bjorn Höck, this is the guy. And if we go down here, this is a Rational Wiki. Has some interesting statements about religion. Höck claims to be a Christian, though he does not seem to like the Bible for having too much desert and not enough forest in it. He claims that there is an antagonism between Christianity and Judaism. Being anti-American as well, he condones Wolfgang Gideon's conspiracy theory that the U.S. is controlled by the Jews, and which also claims that the U.S. plans to annex the rest of the world by Islamizing other Christian nations. This, of course, makes total sense because, as we all know, nobody is more pro-Islam and anti-Christian as the United States. That was satire. It also makes total internal sense that a Jewish-controlled U.S. would try to spread Islam in Christian countries. Höck utilizes traditional stereotypes about Jews, but is careful not to directly name the Jews. According to Höck, Islam is not compatible with European culture and should be driven back to the Bosporus Strait. However, he does sometimes allow for tolerance and say that Muslims who follow the law and integrate well into society have to be tolerated, i.e. people who will take the mark on their hand. Yet he generally considers Islam violent and dangerous and claims there is systematic Islamization going on. Some of his former students have said that he is a fan of Nordic mythology and has claimed to believe in the spirit of nature. So is he a Christian or is he a quote-unquote Christian? That's pretty easy to see. And of course, he's echoing the same points that Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens and all these people echo. Why? Because the Jews will need to be converted, folks. You need to remember, everything you've learned is a half-truth. Yes, if you go down the rabbit hole, eventually you do see that there are a lot of Jewish people in power. There seems to be a Jewish conspiracy, but you got to go a little bit beyond that. The Jews were nobody before the 1700s. They were nobody. You have to remember that up until the Reformation, and then eventually the 1798 mortal wound to the beast, the papacy enjoyed total dominion over the Western world as the God King. And nobody seems to remember that. They always go to the Rothschilds, but the Rothschilds began in the 1700s with the Jesuits. They don't go before that to see the true Antichrist power that's been ruling the earth, and it still rules. It's ruling from the shadows. But of course, it's going to come into the light now. It's going to come into the light very shortly, and people will marvel after this beast, because that's what the Bible told you. Putin's offer, this is from Newsweek, Putin's offer of a conservative sanctuary piques MAGA interest. Vladimir Putin has called for those in the West who are trying to escape his neoliberal ideas to move to Russia, an idea already being embraced in some Make America Great Again circles. The Russian president, who is currently freeing violent criminals to restock his army amid his war in Ukraine, wants to welcome disillusioned Western nationals into his country, according to Russian news agency TASS. He is so keen, Monday's report suggested that these people will be issued with 3 months visas without having to demonstrate any knowledge of Russian language, Russian history, or basic laws. Putin signed the decree which says applicants can base their requests around their rejection of their home countries, imposing destructive neoliberal ideas on people which run counter to traditional Russian spiritual and moral values. Russia's foreign ministry has been instructed to begin issuing the visas from as early as September, while the government is expected to compile a list of countries it believes are forcing liberal attitudes on their citizens. Dark to light, dark to light. Here we are, just glorifying the state. Nice little communist thing in the background. InfoWars' Alex Jones shared the news on X, formerly Twitter, with his 2.7 million followers, saying, "Breaking, Putin just dropped a bombshell decree inviting people from across the globe who are fed up with the globalist neoliberal nightmare to seek sanctuary in the traditional Russia. This new decree blows the lid off the establishment agenda, letting freedom-loving folks bypass the usual bureaucratic nonsense like language tests or history exams." I love this part. "If you're ready to reject the insane policies of your home countries that push these destructive anti-human neoliberal agendas, Russia is rolling out the red carpet. The Russian government is about to compile a list of countries poisoning minds with these twisted ideals, and the foreign ministry is gearing up to issue visas to true patriots as soon as September. It's time to stand up for spiritual and moral values." That's not the part that I love. It's a coming part where somebody is like, "Hey, well, why don't you move to Russia if it's so great?" He's like, "Oh, no, I'm okay." There's a Twitter post and everything, and one ex-user whose profile says he works as a professor of Russia stuff for the Polish government's anti-totalitarian Pilecki Institute replied to Jones' post saying, "Yes, please move to Russia. You'll love all that freedom. I will personally pay for your ticket and a year's rent in an apartment if you move to Russia." Jones replied, "No." But some of those commenting on Jones' post also seemed intrigued by the idea of immigrating. One wrote, "This is completely sad that Russia has to offer safe haven to people from the West. That shows how corrupt the West is, how the tables have turned." That's right, the tables have turned from what? From what? From the good old glory days around World War II, when America was conservative and Hollywood was Catholic, and then everything got liberal and dark and communist. Now we need to go back to that. The tables have turned, so we need to go back to that ideal. Another added, "I would rather be under the leadership of Vladimir Putin any day over Kamala Harris." While one ex-user wrote, "Never thought I'd see more rationality in Putin than my own country in my lifetime." Easy, low-hanging fruit. But Jones's post seemed to baffle some of his fans. One wrote, "We don't need to move to Russia, we need to fix America." Another commentator who says she is MAGA in her profile, "Whoa, who's going to take Putin up on this and give up America?" Another added that a real American and true patriot will not leave his soil and seek refuge. He will fight tooth and nail to get the job done. That's right, you got to fight. And eventually you're going to have to fight against people who say, no, I don't want to rest with you on Sunday because that's the mark of the beast and you're paying homage to Satan. And you're going to have to say, well, no, that's the law, and so you have to do it. Otherwise, I'm going to have to throw you in jail because we have to fight for this prosperity and golden age that we're living in. This is from Reuters. Ukraine adopts historic law to ban Russia-linked minority church. Constant dialectics, folks. I'm just amazed. Every article is a dialectic. Do you get it? Like the last one we read with Putin, it's like, obviously this is just a political stunt. And, it's just, again, designed to polarize people into waking them up to the left communist atheistic system. And look, we got to go back to tradition. Obviously, it's just a political stunt. Just dialectics designed to polarize people more and more into this system that's coming. Oops, I clicked on something. No, don't click. Let's go back. Okay, so Ukraine lawmakers on Tuesday passed a law envisaging a ban on the activities of the Russian-linked branch of the Orthodox Church, paving the way for a historic rupture with an institution that Kiev has accused of complicity in Moscow's invasion of Ukraine. A majority of Ukrainians are Orthodox Christians, but the faith is split into one branch traditionally tied to the Russian Orthodox Church. Ukrainian Orthodox Church, UOC, and an independent Orthodox Church of Ukraine recognized by the World Orthodox Hierarchy since 2019. Ukrainian leaders have accused the Moscow-linked UOC of abetting Russia's 30-month-old war on Ukraine by spreading pro-Russian propaganda and housing spies. The bill passed by 265 lawmakers bans the Russian Orthodox Church on Ukrainian territory and says that a government commission will assemble a list of affiliated organizations whose activities are not allowed. The list is expecting to target the UOC specifically. So a lot of Orthodox have posted this, like reels on Instagram, like, oh my gosh, Ukraine, these evil Antichrist, deep state people have banned the church. And of course, they're spinning it in that direction. And there's also the dialectic that's going on with the Orthodox Church. Oh gosh, there's so much to talk about. With the Orthodox Church, if you understand the Orthodox Church, it doesn't have a pope. They have patriarchs, right? And so how do you get the Orthodox Church to unite back to Rome and to get them to acknowledge the authority of the pope? Well, you cause conflict that is showing you the problems of not having a hierarch. Does that make sense? The Orthodox Church is autocephalous, meaning it's got patriarch of Greece, it's got a patriarch of Romania, it's got a patriarch of Russia, of Ukraine, and so on. They're all different regions, but nobody's like the chief over them. They have an ecumenical patriarch, but there's no chief of them. And sorry, my hat is like really tight on my head. There's no chief of them that is governing all the Orthodox churches. And so when you have these conflicts and nobody knows left from right and they're excommunicating each other, they need some mediator. Do you get the point? All these things are designed for where's the path that this leads? The Bible tells you the path. The world will marvel after the beast. So how does this play into that path? Well, it plays into the fact that they're going to realize the ineptitude of their system and say, well, our institution doesn't work. Our model doesn't work. We need a hierarch that can just govern everything and bring peace. So we might as well have a pope. Maybe it was a mistake to split off from the church. This is the direction it's going. So, conclusion. There's doctrinal happening constantly everywhere. While America is being prepped to be the bringer of the image to the rest of the world, with all the NAR stuff that we covered, the world is being made more politically unstable. There's constant dualities that are pushing against this idea of, religious nationalism, secularism, big bad deep state, solution, right-wing extremism, constantly everywhere you look. And this is by design to foment this dialogue, this ping pong match, to bring culture along so that it's ready to accept the spiritual image of the beast, which of course will start with the United States. By the Olympics of 2028, the Olympics will be what they're supposed to be, or I should say what they were started to be, which is ecumenical. The Olympics are going to be in the United States, City of Angels, and by then, you're going to have Project 2025 in full swing. So you're going to be, like what you saw with the Olympics this time around, it's going to be a completely flipped around thing, dark to light. My guess is the 2028 Olympics is going to be totally hardcore religious nationalist. And it's going to export the image of fraternity and peace and love under one religio-political system to the rest of the world. That's my theory. We'll see if it happens. Middle East is also very much on the snake's agenda. There's the dialectic of the Jews and their temple and so on, building this climax with the Muslims. Of course, then you have the mid-ground people, like that video that we saw, the Jew, the Muslim, and the Christian. They're all trying to, we just want peace. We all believe in the same God, that kind of thing. Trump is probably going to bring a peace deal to the Middle East that will help build a third temple, which it's going to be very ecumenical in nature. There's probably going to be supernatural signs and wonders. Again, I've talked about these things in my Great Delusion series. Check it out. They probably have that false Messiah, Yannicka Rav Shlomo Yehuda, who's probably going to do something. Maybe he'll step into the temple. Who knows what's going to happen, what they're going to do. But ultimately, Islam is experiencing revivals and conversions, and the Jews are wanting peace. The midway Jews are. The extremists are getting eliminated. So the Middle East is being shaped and molded from thousands, like literally 2,000 years of conflict of disparaging views, and now it's being shaped and molded into this common reality, which is just profound. Of course, meanwhile, you have all those statues of the ecumenical Jesus that the snake is building, and it's an old Jerusalem or whatever, right in the middle of Jerusalem, ecumenical statue of Jesus. You have the war in Ukraine, which also has ecumenical implications, like I said, with the Orthodox Church, because it's very fractured. So again, the problem, reaction, solution. What is the problem? The problem is that the Orthodox Church is very fractured, and they're infighting against each other. Brothers are killing brothers. Russians Orthodox are killing Ukrainian Orthodox. So what's the solution? Well, we need peace. We need a ruler above all of these churches. We don't need patriarch versus patriarch. We need a pope. We need the pope to be on top of all this. That's the solution. Of course, Russia is also presenting itself as fighting a holy war against the deep state. And Ukraine says it wants spiritual independence. This idea of legislating against the Russian Orthodox Church is a move towards Ukraine's spiritual independence. So both sides are now turning something that was originally just a war of territory into a moral situation. Do you see how they've done this? Everything has happened like this in the last, couple, 20 years at least. Climate change has become moral. AI has become moral. Bitcoin's become moral. The war in Ukraine is a moral situation, right? Putin says he's fighting a holy war. He gets the patriarch's blessing. Ukraine says it's part of our spiritual independence that we're, legislating against the Orthodox Church and we're fighting for our spiritual survival. This is all moral stuff. So there is a moral problem that is being presented to you. And of course, a moral problem only has a moral solution. Of course, you're going to have a counterfeit moral solution through the man of sin, but this is what it's setting the world up for. It's setting the world up for, we need a moral savior to come and save this and to be the moral authority and all these things. And of course, who's that going to be? It's going to be the beast. Other places too, like UK and Australia, they're being fomented, the jars being shaken and the ants are fighting to basically move the political needle back and forth to dialogue quickly and create polarization. You can't have neutrality. You need to have one or the other. And of course, the people on the losing end, the liberals, are going to get integrated one way or another, but we can't have people in the middle of the road. We have to be one side or the other. People are crying out for peace, and they will get it. They will get a false peace because the Bible says they will. When they say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon them. 2025 is a important year for the snake. It's a Jubilee year. Of course, Jubilee is all about love and light and freedom and prosperity. I've covered how the Lucius Trust in the UN is all about love and light for 2025. You got Project 2025. You got the European Sunday Alliance. You get all the flipping to the right. 2025 is the year of the flip, folks. It's the year of the flip, and a lot of things are going to flip. So with that, let's go to part 4, final home stretch of this, the Digital Inquisition. All right, welcome to the home stretch. This is part 4, the Digital Inquisition. I know we've had a lot of things to look at, but this is very important because these articles are pointing to you and painting the picture of where this is headed. The end of this, my friends, is a digital inquisition. There will be another inquisition. It'll be digital, and you will be shut out of society if you do not participate in the spiritual system by taking the mark. So I want to look at some articles that are covering the direction where this is going, and very soon. I'm not saying next year, but within the next 10 years, you're going to see this thing come to life. Everything is leading to a religio-political system that's going to enforce worship and obedience, spiritual obedience. The cost of refusing this obedience will be extrication from society. No buy, no sell. That's the point. You might even go to jail, or they might even kill you. Time will tell how it's going to roll out exactly. We have to watch. That's why I've committed to doing these episodes. But things are happening very quickly. The forces of darkness know they don't have time. They know Jesus is returning. I don't think anybody really knows when he's coming back, but they're very hungry for the devil to be worshipped. And so these things are happening very quickly. Now, I want to give you a couple articles for context. This is from June of last year. U.S. Digital Identity Bill passes through the Senate. Things that people forget with all of the clown show that's going on and the media. An interagency task force whose job would be to support reliable, interoperable digital identity verification in the public and private sectors could be established by the U.S. federal government after a Senate committee vote. The legislation behind the task force, known as the Improving Digital Identity Act, was passed by the U.S. Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee last week in a vote of 11-1. It now moves on to the full Senate for debate. The legislation notes that there is no easy, affordable method for government agencies and businesses to verify whether an individual is who they purport to be online, allowing cyber criminals to more easily access personal data. The inadequacy of the current digital identity solutions degrades security and privacy for all people in the United States, and the next generation solutions are needed that improve security, privacy, equity, and accessibility, the bill reads. So, of course, if you believe they actually care about your security and privacy, then I have some beachfront property to sell you. It says the government is uniquely positioned to deliver critical components that address deficiencies in the digital identity infrastructure of the United States and augment private sector digital identity and authenticate solutions. It is hoped that the creation of an online verification method would empower government agencies and the private sector to reduce the significant risk tied to opening new accounts, as well as securing privacy around high-risk, high-value online services. The bill was introduced in response to a call from the Bipartisan Commission on Enhancing National Cybersecurity for federal agencies to act as an authoritative source to validate identity attributes across the digital ID market. If it's passed, which I don't know if it did pass, maybe the next one, we'll see, an Improving Digital Identity Task Force would be established to help ensure citizens' privacy and security. So, of course, all these things, this is from last year. This is a couple months later after that, October 2023, where you have an article from wilsoncenter.org says that digital identity crisis. The U.S. needs a national strategy for digital identity to enhance economic competitiveness and mitigate cybersecurity risks. We need a national ID, a national digital ID. We need it to be competitive, guys. 2011, a major payment card network revealed that the U.S. accounted for half the world's credit card fraud, despite accounting for only 1/4 of global credit card transactions, making its fraud 8 times higher than the rest of the world. The cause was our continued dependence on magnetic stripes on payment cards, while the rest of the world had embraced smart technology, which protected payments information with a secure chip. Only after 2013, there was a breach of retail giant Target did banks and retailers finally agree to migrate from magnetic strips to chips, enabling America to significantly reduce payment fraud. Today, the U.S. is in a similar place when it comes to digital identity. So now we have round 2 of the dark to light. Every peer country in the world has either created a robust digital identity infrastructure or has launched a national incentive to do so. Most are in response to global explosion in identity-related cybercrime, i.e. the dark that they've created, that have allowed these things to happen. Of course, they create these systems very liberally. Go ahead, we need identity fraud, so that way we can bring in centralized control, making it imperative for every country to secure its identity systems. The EU is creating a European digital identity wallet that will allow Europeans to store their IDs in a smartphone wallets in a way that is secure, privacy preserving, and easy to use. The UK has launched a digital identity and attributes trust framework focused on enabling standard-based digital identity solutions that can work across the public and private sector. Canada has created a comprehensive pan-Canadian trust framework developed jointly between the government and the private sector to accelerate the use of privacy-preserving digital identity solutions. Now, you know all these places like the EU, UK, Canada, they're all liberal. Australia has created a national strategy for identity resilience. They always have such fancy names for these things, and is advancing legislation to accelerate the creation of a state and territory-issued digital credentials. Of course, you know Australia, Canada, and UK are super hardcore leftist, liberal, state-controlled. So what does that tell you? India, Taiwan, and Singapore have all invested in a robust identity infrastructure. So the pagans are doing it. The atheist governments are doing it. We should be like them, otherwise we're not going to be competitive, guys. That's the point of this article. This is one from, I think, recently. This is April 16th, 2024 now. Now we're current. How a national ID system could improve the internet. This is from the Dispatch. Late last month, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed into law HB 3, a bill that would forbid, and I think I clicked on it, son of a gun. All right, back to the story. Forbid children under 14 from signing up for social media accounts and require children ages 14 or 15 to obtain parental consent to access social media. Sounds like a good plan, doesn't it? What doors does it open, though? The bill, along with others being considered at the state and federal levels, comes in response to growing concerns about the possibly detrimental effects of social media on children's mental health. The science on these questions is far from settled, and laws like Florida's will inevitably face constitutional challenges on First Amendment grounds. These debates will continue to play out, and they're worth having. But Florida's regulation has been signed into law, and another more pressing question will crop up if it goes into effect on January 1st, 2025. As it is written, how will the government enforce it? As written, how will the government enforce it? Which, by the way, January 1st is what? That's what did the Vatican say? That's their Jubilee year. They're honoring Mary or whatever. It's a day of peace, the International Day of Peace or Fraternity or something. Anyway, just an interesting thing. Doing so will inevitably require validating users' online identities, a process that, given current technological realities, will either be ineffective or raise a host of privacy concerns. Similar issues exist with regulators' efforts to crack down on deepfakes, bot-driven misinformation networks, and other forms of online identity fraud, which all have been proliferated on purpose. All the AI stuff, all the deepfakes, all the bots, is just designed to flood the market so that there is a reason to bring about a national ID. Each of these policy efforts has its political valence. Each is worthy of debate on the merits, yet underlying them all are more essential questions. How do we make the internet governable? Can we? Can we, wonders the snake, I'm sure. Under COSA, all types of firms from publicly traded companies such as Meta to mid-sized enthusiast websites such as Strava, a social media network for runners, to purveyors of online pornography could need to collect your ID. Already this raises serious privacy concerns. Policy makers have railed against firms like Meta for their aggressive data collection tactics, yet these laws mandate the collection of sensitive user data. One shudders to imagine what a pornography website might do with such information. Florida's HB 3 is even more complicated. Because it requires parental consent for the children between 14 to 15, affected social media platforms will need to validate not just the age of the children, but also the identity of a child's parent or guardian. The law does not provide any guidance on the specifics of how any of this should be done. It gets thornier. Artificial intelligence image generation models have been used to create convincing photos of fake driver's license, and the odds of this capability improving over time are high. And of course, these same image generation models will be used in countless other ways to impersonate people against their will and without their knowledge. The ability to do so with video and audio is similarly advancing rapidly. That's right. I think they've predicted that by 2025 or 2026, very shortly, you will not be able to distinguish between what an AI created and what's reality, which is a testament to the time that we live in, where all signs and wonders and false miracles and deception by Satan to bring about this final delusion. There is a wide chasm here. We cannot robustly prove who is online. In the physical world, the government is the source of the canonical forms of identification, from driver's licenses to passports and green cards. How might that function translate to the digital realm? Recent technological developments present a unique opportunity for the government to create a digital public infrastructure for such identification. Most Americans carry around devices and biometric authentication hardware everywhere they go anyway. Fingerprint iris, face scanners have been common in smartphones, tablets, and laptops for more than a decade. That's right. They trickle this stuff down, folks, that by the time they go to the next phase, it's just natural, making unique identification easier. We have also made great strides with end-to-end encryption, a cryptography technique that allows two parties to exchange information while keeping the information fully secure while it is in transit. Cryptography researchers and startups often working on blockchain technologies Remember that article that I covered last time, or the one before that, where the Catholic Church's role in crypto and Bitcoin? Fascinating stuff, folks. Where these things have made substantial progress on so-called zero-knowledge proofs that enable the kind of selective disclosure where users only provide specific information. These developments suggest a national ID system is possible in the United States. But how would the various components fit together? Here, international examples can offer some guidance. India, for instance, has implemented the Aadhaar system, which provides citizens with a unique 12-digit ID number, digit ID number, linked to their biometric and demographic data. Estonia is perhaps the most celebrated digital infrastructure innovator. Its system, called e-Estonia, is based on a digital ID card that allows citizens to securely authenticate their identity online. A chip-enabled card is used in combination with a PIN code and serves as a legally binding digital signature. This allows Estonians to easily access more than 5,000 e-services spanning health, healthcare, voting, education, banking, and more. And guess what? When you don't take the mark, all those are going to go bye-bye. Very easily so. I think that's all I highlighted. So anyway, Estonia, India, Canada, Australia, everybody's going digital, folks. It's just a matter of time. They're shaping the world to be ready to take the mark and to enforce the mark. This is from July 29th. How Google uses AI to reduce stop-and-go traffic on your route and fight fuel emissions. At the start of 2020, a team with Google Research was asked to explore new ideas for research projects that focused on accelerating climate mitigation. We were looking into all kinds of big ideas, from cultivated meat to energy to air pollution, Dotan Emanuel, a software engineer on the team, said. At the dinner table one evening, Dotan shared some of those big ideas with his family, and the conversation soon pivoted to a frustration familiar to many of us. My wife, Osnat, said, "Why don't you do something about traffic lights? We stand at them for no good reason," he recalls. Road transportation is responsible for significant global and urban greenhouse gases emissions. Really? Really? Because the total amount of emissions that humanity has is like nothing. But anyway, it's especially problematic at city intersections where pollution can be 29 times higher than on open roads. And about half of these emissions come from traffic accelerating after stopping. With millions of traffic lights across the world, the scale of the problem was huge, and if Google could do something to address it, so was the opportunity. My initial thought was that we can't do anything about traffic lights, Dotan said, but when it comes to research, the most fascinating challenges lie in the unknown. With their curiosity sufficiently piqued, Dotan and his team dug into the mechanics of traffic engineering. They found that while some amount of stop-and-go traffic is unavoidable, a portion can be prevented by optimizing traffic light timing. To do that, cities traditionally needed to either install expensive hardware or run time-consuming manual vehicle counts, neither of which provide complete information on key parameters they need. We quickly understood we have a strong advantage that cities could benefit from. Over a decade of Google Maps driving trends from across the globe. And a few weeks later, we had a project proposal ready. The proposal was for Project Greenlight, an initiative that uses AI to make recommendations for city engineers to optimize existing traffic lights and reduce stop-and-go emissions. After evaluating dozens of other great ideas, Greenlight was chosen for its simplicity, scalability, and potential for impact. And it tells you more about it here. Of course, people say, well, what's the big deal? It just seems like they're trying to help. Well, it does seem like they're trying to help, and that's the point. You have to understand, what is the general trajectory, folks? The devil can't enforce worship unless he can absolutely cut you off from society. So what does this mean? Well, where does this go? What's the path? Right? Initially it tells you, oh, we're just doing good for the environment. We're helping the city engineers, learn with AI and track people and make sure that the traffic lights are more optimized and serve their timing. Yeah. That's nonsense. What's really happening is bridging all things with technology that can be supervised. AI is the tool that they're using for everything. All the computers now, if you go buy a new computer, it's got an AI Intel this. I don't want AI. I just want a microchip. I just want a chip that can do this job, a processor. But everything's got AI. Your phones have AI. Everything is becoming the Internet of Things, right? Because you will be tracked everywhere you go. That's how they can enforce behavior. They will know what you do. Oh, you had too much pollution on Climate Sunday? This is your first warning. We're going to deduct, 200 credits or whatever it is. It's coming, folks. You need to pay attention to this stuff in other countries that are worse off, like the UK or Australia, where they're really going hardcore with this stuff, or China. Do you think those places are just isolated little places that, they're just going to be there and it's not coming to the United States? The United States is going to be the bearer of the false light, where this image is going to go to the rest of the world. The rest of the world is just going through their dialectics to be ready for the spiritual component. But all this stuff is going to come into one reality. Here's Elon Musk again. This is a little bit of an older article from last year. It says, the Everything app, why Elon Musk wants X to be a WeChat for the West. Twitter owners rebranding as part of a large strategy to add payment functionality and more. Let's see, did I highlight something here? I did. Here we go. Where'd you go? It just got hidden for some reason. Okay, there we go. That was annoying. It had a little subscribe thing here. I didn't see it. Now he wants X to become like WeChat. Shortly before buying Twitter, Musk wrote, quote, buying Twitter is an accelerant to creating X, the Everything app. So Elon Musk wants to create an Everything app, just like WeChat in communist China. In a tweet on Tuesday, Musk wrote that Twitter had already changed significantly from its early days by offering video as well. Now more change is on its way. In the months to come, we will add comprehensive communications and the ability to conduct your entire financial world. The Twitter name does not make sense in that context, so we must bid adieu to the bird, he wrote. And of course he chose X, which is the solar cross, which is the papal symbol. X marks the spot. In June last year, Musk told Twitter staff that the company could emulate WeChat. You basically live on WeChat in China because it's so usable and so helpful to daily life, and I think that if we can achieve that, or even get close to that at Twitter, it would be an immense success. That's right, it would be an immense success for his handlers, which are guiding him to do what he's doing. So Elon Musk is all about making X into WeChat. From the beginning, he's told you, don't think otherwise. This is the direction he's heading it. And of course, Elon Musk will talk about, he has what? AI, he's got the cars, he's got the satellites, he's got the Twitter, he's got the platform, he's got PayPal. He's got everything. He's got his hand dipped in every little aspect of society, so he's the one they chose to bring that functionality to the United States. And that's going to be throughout the world. You need to have a system that can track people's everything, where everything is connected, so that you can cut them off if they don't obey. This is a post from X, from our friend Donald Trump Jr. We're going to shake up the crypto world with something big. Decentralized finance is the future. Don't fall behind. This is a quote from Donald Trump Jr. It's on X. Of course, they're all crypto now, and they've done a complete 180 on that topic in the last, even 6 months. This is from, what is this? Ground.news. Institutions are coming. $35 trillion U.S. collapse predicted to trigger a Bitcoin price boom to rival gold. The U.S. dollar has hit as low as level since the start of the year, sparking fears of future collapse and potentially feeding a Bitcoin price boom. So there's another article, I think, by the Washington Post or something. It was something behind a paywall that I read, but then it became I tried to even access it on the Wayback Machine. It couldn't go. Anyway, this is talking about how institutions are coming. What's the point? That institutions are going to come into this system. They're ready to buy into it and spend a ton of money. Of course, if you know BlackRock, they control all these crypto scams anyway, but it's all just one big show. Here is, what is this? This is a video. This is a good video. If it can load. Okay, we'll come back to it a little bit later. This one is, it's an ad is what it is. To show Utopian City Tolosa plan for the U.S. This is Newsweek. I've talked about these before too. They're just, the left has their, 15-minute city. They all have their 15-minute cities. They all have this ideal of a city that is integrated with everything to get you to romanticize this idea of being in a little commune where everything is controlled. One of America's top billionaires is backing the construction of a 15-minute city In the middle American West Desert called Tolosa. The city, which is the brainchild of former Walmart president Mark Lohr, hopes to have 5 million residents by 2050 and would be built using sustainable, eco-friendly structures. While no set timeline for construction has been announced, the project has said that the first residents will be ready to move in by 2030. Oh yeah, they will be for sure. Concept images of the city show futuristic cable car systems, miles of greenhouse and solar panels, and the city's centerpiece skyscraper, the Equitism Tower. Cars that use traditional fossil fuels for power will be banned in the city. How are you going to get the electricity to fuel your endeavors, I wonder, other than, coal? The city would start out with a population of 50,000 people before growing to reach 5 million. Lohr aims to build Tolosa in Appalachia or the American West Desert on cheap land. This is interesting too. The city's name comes from the Greek phrase telos, which means the highest purpose. So, ascending to the golden age, here's a nice little artist rendition. This is our future, guys. We're going to be love and light. We're going to have peace. Everybody's going to have prosperity. Just make sure you sign on the dotted line with your digital app, because otherwise you'll be kicked out of this system and you won't participate. Putin, this is from offguardian.org. Putin calls for full-scale implementation of digital ruble. Let's see. Refresh. I think I highlighted something. Did I not? Somewhere. I did. See? Praising the efficiency and functionality of the banks of Russia's CBDC, Russian President Vladimir Putin instructed his government on Wednesday to prepare for the widespread introduction of the digital ruble. Quote, now we need to take the next step, namely move to a broader full-scale implementation of the digital ruble in the economy, in business activities, and in the financial sector, Putin said during a meeting on economic issues. Since August 2023, the Bank of Russia has been conducting a pilot program for the digital ruble involving 12 banks, 600 individuals, and 22 trade services enterprise. The U.S. did this too, folks, but people forgot about it. The United States has been doing this too for a couple of years now. The program will be expanded in September to include an additional 20 credit institutions. Participants will be able to make payments via QR code during the second phase of testing. The law on the digital ruble was adopted in July 2023, designated the Bank of Russia's CBDC as the third form of national currency. The CBDC will be introduced into the economy beginning in 2025. Isn't that interesting? So many things are happening in 2025. Despite widespread opposition to the digital ruble from across Russia's political spectrum, the Bank of Russia and its media cheerleaders claim that the traceable, programmable, centralized digital token will help bypass sanctions and fight corruption through greater financial transparency. However, Moscow already has an alternative to SWIFT that can be used to circumvent sanctions, and the Bank of Russia already has the ability to monitor all money transfers in the country. So there you go. They already have the solution. So why create this? Well, create this because you need to have a digital system that's going to go worldwide. And of course, Russia and Putin and Trump are hand in hand. Putin's all about Bitcoin now. Do the math. Let's see. Is this video? Oh, here we go. It's so cute. Okay, this is good. The title of this video is When You Notice the Hidden Hand Behind the Distractions. And there's two cats and they're on this little carpet and there's a laser pointer. This is so funny. Look at the gray cat. He figured it out. Illuminati hand. A third eye. Look at him like wake up to it though. Watch. He's like, huh? Wait a minute. This is a lie. That is just hilarious. So, my friends, that articles to the end. Be like that cat. Be like that second cat, not like the one that's following the laser pointer. Oh, goodness. Conclusion. Well, conclusion is that the Bible predicted the world would worship the beast under penalty of not buying or selling. This is 2,000 years ago, folks. And here we are. The only way that that's going to be fulfilled is through a digital system, and that digital system is coming to life. It is. While the other things are happening, while the dialectics are happening, it's truly amazing that they're able to coordinate all this stuff, which proves to you that they are following the guidance of Satan, who is in the world working constantly. And we will see that reality fulfilled very soon, very shortly. because all these new technologies are being given to them by these fallen angels, by these principalities, by Satan and demons. They're designed to bring the new world order together. All the phones, all the, technologies with the internet and stuff like Bitcoin, all these things were started at different times, and ultimately they're being woven into one reality, which is what the Bible told you. Interestingly enough, that you will not be able to buy or sell unless you pay homage to the beast. Remember how they've done this in the past. For example, when you have credit cards in the past, they had like the magnetic strips and the frauds and stuff, and so that led to a bunch of fraud. They created credit cards. They created them very insecure so that people could, create fraud with them, which they did. Then, okay, we need chips now. Let's have chips and RFID things and scan and so on and so forth, which of course prevented fraud. But what's the point? The point is to slowly indoctrinate you to more and more control and using these things rather than having physical money. Then in 2008, with the economic crash, with the loans, with the, where basically the banks were bought over by the government. This was just, the loans were so ridiculous. Their policies for loans were so liberal. They were designed to fail. So that then the solution would be to nationalize all the banks and so on. Right now, AI is like the credit card stuff was in the past. It's just another wave of this stuff. AI leads to countless hoaxes, false signs and wonders, fraud, lying, deception, misinformation. It's not being regulated because it's designed to cause confusion in the marketplace so that there is this solution of the national digital ID. That's the point. We don't know who made this, so we need to have everybody sign into the internet. That's the point, folks. They're going to create a digital ID, and it's going to be in response to artificial intelligence running amok. We need to regulate this somehow. And of course, digital ID is already being worked in many countries simultaneously as the world is getting ready politically, spiritually for the image of the beast. Elon Musk in the United States, he owns the satellites, the cars, the AI, the Neuralink, the Everything app, and yet he's a puppet, and you know exactly the direction he's taking things with, and you saw how he's recently been extra involved in politics and like perfect timing right after the acquisition happened. Now he's posting constantly about politics. He's all about Trump, and he's also about, we got to save Christianity. Even though he's not a Christian, we need to save Christianity because otherwise the deep state's going to get it. Others are also developing Neuralink in response. Bezos, Microsoft, I think, has a Neuralink of their own. Everybody's developing these various technologies that integrate with you. Now, I'm not saying that's the mark of the beast. The mark is a spiritual thing of obedience. But you need to understand that they're making it more and more and more pressure that you are integrated into this system to where if you do not agree, eventually you will have to make a choice and not be part of this system. So you need to come to terms with that reality. Meanwhile, you also have the other threat of inflation and the deep state, CBDCs, type of situation where, on one end you've got the CBDCs, digital currencies, and pushing people, no, we don't do those digital currencies, do this digital currency. Trump is against CBDCs, but now he's all about Bitcoin. Literally 6 months ago, he was saying it's a scam. And now he's all about Bitcoin. Do the math. It's all coming together. People are waking up to the central banking scam with inflation and just the way that you're printing money to pay money off. It's a dead end. It's a dance of death. And of course, that problem is being lumped into the deep state narrative. And people know about the Rothschilds and all this other stuff. But they don't know, of course, the connection of the Rothschilds to the Jesuits and the papacy and so on. But either way, the whole banking racket with inflation and identity theft and privacy and security, we need a digital dollar now. This is the solution. We need to get rid of the Fed. We need to do this new thing, this new system. All the Q folks are the quantum financial system that's going to bring prosperity for everybody. I mean, it's just, people are being set up so easily for this. When you understand, like, everything they do is a lie. And then they use that lie for as much as they can use it. And when it's time for that lie to expire, what they do is they expose it to you, they build trust, and then they put you to the next solution. This is the game, folks. And the same is happening on all these fronts. 2 years ago, Trump was totally against Bitcoin. Now they're pushing it like it's the next thing. Like it's sliced bread. Oh, the next thing is coming, Bitcoin. You got to be ready. We're going to nationalize it. Are you ready? Don't get left out. Putin's all about CBDCs. Everybody's on the same page. I've talked about this digital inquisition quite a bit. And of course, as time goes on, we'll probably be talking about it more because they're going to get more and more of these types of stories. But you need to realize that at some point in your life, in the next 10 years, if you're still alive, you will have to make a choice to give all this up. Everything that you are comfortable with, your phone, your internet, your access, you will have to come to terms with that. Who knows how it's going to work? Maybe we'll have our own private servers to communicate with each other. Who knows? This is a crazy time to be alive. But you have to come to terms with the fact that the world will marvel after the beast, and you will have to give these things up to some degree, I'm sure. Make peace with that future. Use what you can now and live your life. Spread the truth and learn. Edify yourself, edify others. But the digital inquisition is coming. God will give us strength. He'll give us bread. He'll give us protection. He'll give us what we need. And he will get us through it. But the digital inquisition is coming. I don't want that to discourage you. I want you rather to rejoice, because that means the end is near. And that's a good thing. Jesus is coming back. It's a profound thought to think that Jesus is returning in our lifetimes. So rejoice. Don't get depressed. Don't get worried. Don't get discouraged. If you have the means, then then explore opportunities to be more self-sufficient. However, that's also a balance. Don't go live in the woods right now and isolate yourself from society and panic and try to make a giant shelter. These things, there's a balance, folks. There's a balance because there's still elect that need to be saved, that need to come out of this system. So if you have advanced knowledge, then being in the woods doesn't do anybody any good. It's like those monks at Mount Athos or whatever else. They don't benefit anybody. They're just sitting and meditating. That's mysticism. You see the point? We're called to be in the world until we can't be anymore. And that's the journey. Right before the truth is revealed, the counterfeit will make a full display. And the difference, what makes a good counterfeit is that it's very close to the truth. So stay sharp and warn your friends. Help educate them on these very important topics. And of course, be like that second cat who woke up and saw the hand behind the laser pointer. We'll see you next time. Take care. God bless.